from the sun. I should probably
It's
go inside.
definitely from the sun. Gray, why don't you introduce yourself a little bit?
Yeah, my name's Gray Hamilton. I have been a lurker around here for quite some time. I think I've dropped in once or twice to live streams or different things, made some comments, but I have been a college tennis coach for the last 7 years, and it's quite a demanding schedule. So I haven't, I've been wanting to be more involved in the corner for years, but just never quite understood how everybody has so much time on their hands. But I've always had time to listen, whether on trips, traveling, different things. And so I've been very, very much an active lurker, but never been able to be quite as involved as I'd like to be. But just a huge follower of really everything going on, and have in many ways, a very typical story of folks around here, in terms of my influence from Jordan Peterson to you, and you being a window to Pajot and Verbeke and other folks. And so just have been tremendously edified and honestly had my life changed a lot by simply being someone who's absorbed a lot of what's gone on, even if I haven't been able to be as involved as I'd like to be. So,
all right. Well, when does it? So I know when excuse me. I know when a tile guy listens. I know when a pastor listens. I know when a prep school teacher listens. When does a college tennis coach listen? Do you have buds in your ears when you're practicing? Is it when you're driving, doing dishes? How does that work for you?
We have a really weird schedule in college tennis. Like a lot of weeks they rarely look the same week in, week out. So it kind of depends, but we travel a ton. I mean, last year I was recruiting in 4 or 5 different countries. And so it may be a 5-day stretch where last year I was in Colombia and Bogota, and I'm just watching a lot of junior tennis, and I got my earbuds in, and I've got my watch later playlist on YouTube, and I'm scrolling through videos of the last week. I'm like, man, what's PVK been doing for the last 10 days? Let me catch up. Or when I'm in the car. I was living in DFW for a while where the traffic is terrible, so you're just in the car all the time. And we're in Waco now, so that's not as much my story, but just, whenever I get the time, for sure.
Wow. Interesting. Well, that might even.
It started really, I was playing professional tennis when I first started listening, and that is a next level amount of travel. And so I wasn't married at that time. I was traveling all over the world. And then it was like, man, I'm like up to date on the day of what's going on. It's not quite the same these days, but
travel will do that. Now, everybody else on today's stream is a very recognizable person, so I'm not quite sure what order I'm going to pull them in. I'm going to bring Laura in next. Laura, I don't know, from an undisclosed location.
Hi, Laura. I'm a little dark, aren't I?
You're a little dark.
I can do something about that.
But that's okay. You can. I mean, we hear you just fine. Laura has a distinction of, if you ever get a membership, there's some really cool conversations with Laura that stay in the membership section. So if you ever get a membership, even if you just get like one for a month because you picked up a free one, make sure you go over there and you listen to the conversations with Laura. Laura, how do you want to introduce yourself?
So I am a resident of Wisconsin, and I worked for many years as a translator from German into English. I've also worked as a teacher, trying to think about other things to do. I got into this space through the usual YouTube videos. I'm on the Discord. I'm interested in history and languages and lots of other things.
All right. Very good. And Laura also associates with the Chicago group. Do they have a name?
No, just Chicago BOM, I think.
Chicago BOM. There it is. So maybe I'll bring Zach in next. Zach, you're quite a well-known entity here in the corner. How do you want to introduce yourself?
I don't know about that. Is the microphone working okay?
You sound great.
Okay, well that's good. I thought my microphone sounded terrible last time, so I decided to learn from that experience. So I want to introduce myself as a coffee guy. And like Gray, I was down in Colombia last year as well, although not tracking, potential superstars in tennis, but watching superstar coffee farmers and pickers. And that was an amazing experience. So a lot of people who are in the retail coffee industry, or even like the roasting industry, one of the peak experiences in owning a coffee shop or being involved in the coffee industry is when you go to your first origin trip. And that was my first one down in Colombia last year. And it was, probably some similar cultural things that you experienced in Dominican Republic. And the thing I think I take with me the most was the hospitality, like just another level of hospitality, of people who I would assume almost every person I met had less money in their pockets or their bank accounts than my wife and I do, and yet showed greater grace and hospitality and generosity than we tend to, and it inspired us. And so I'm a coffee guy. Evansville, Indiana is where we live. Our roastery is called the Evansville Coffee Company, and then our retail coffee shop is the Honeymoon Coffee Company, and that'll be a part of my pitch when we get to round 2. So,
ooh, little preview of the pitch. Very nice. Now between these next two, I got to bring Rod in next. Rod Hare, very regular guy in the corner, has been on a number of our Friday live streams. If you went to the retreat, you met him. Rod is really an OG here. He found me very early, and we've gotten to know each other over the years. Rod, how do you want to introduce yourself?
How's my sound?
Your sound is fine.
You can be good. Yeah, well, now Gray said the quiet part out loud. Why do I have so much time to watch this stuff? It's like, way to put a guy on the spot, Gray. Like, I guess we're all guilty.
I watch so. I mean, like, I can't be saying anything. I watch a lot too. So,
yeah. So as Paul said, I mean, I came about this similarly, Jordan Peterson, et cetera. But what got me out of the lurk, that's a term that came later. I think Neil invented that term, but back in late 27, I guess it was January 2nd of 2018, I sent an email to Paul because he said Whitensville on one of his early videos, as he often does. And of course, my father grew up in Whitensville, Massachusetts, born the same year his mother was, and that was enough to get me to reach out. And I've stuck around. I'm always flirting with being the skunk at the garden party because I'm not a practicing Christian, but literally grew up. I learned to read on the Bible, so it's in my bones for sure. So I like this group for all kinds of reasons. It's like a group to begin with, but also I like taking serious things seriously and not much else taking seriously. And it's hard to find people who will take life seriously and chew on it with the degree that it deserves. And that's what I love about this group. And so I just keep coming back.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you, Rod. And the last person I'm going to bring in, a very recognizable person here, our own Cale Zeldin, who will be what's going to be your role at Estuary? Are you going to be the one to make sure that we all stay on schedule and keep talking?
Yeah, I think my role is, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. I think my role is cat herder or master of ceremonies. I think that's what's going to happen here. I'm a prep school teacher. I love old books. I feel like I'm the unk of the younger half of the TLC. And I'm in summer vacation mode. We're finally done with my traveling in June, and I don't travel again until the end of July. So I'm excited to be here. This is the first Friday live stream that I've been able to participate in, gosh, 6 months or so. So I'm really excited. I love Twitter or X, and I love and I write some stuff on Substack and record some things on YouTube from time to time.
All right. There is Cale. Now, for those of you who are new to the Estuary protocol, We've just done our first round, which is introductions, and we're about to go into the second round where we pitch an idea to the group. And that idea is a conversation starter. It can be something intellectual. It can be something contextual, something going on around you. It can be something personal, something you're sort of chewing on and would like to have other people's input at. It can be something estuarial, having to do with this process. It's okay to pass on the first round, on the second round actually, but on the third round, you're going to be asked to give an opinion as to whose pitch caught your attention the most and why. And you're allowed to sort of mingle some pitches together if that's what's appropriate. But and then in the fourth round, we just hit play and off we go. So Gray, you are the rookie here this morning, so you get to throw the first pitch. Do you have anything you'd like to put on the virtual table?
Yeah, I think it was yesterday, maybe Tuesday, 2 days ago. Jordan Hall tweeted along. I can't remember honestly what it was in response to. He was quote tweeting somebody, but basically the perspective of a Gen X thinker like himself on maybe you could say the malady or the cultural malady of my generation. I guess I'm a really young millennial, like right on the gap to Gen Z. I'm 28 years old, 96. And in that tweet, he basically just framed up this cultural moment, you could say, as for our generation as warfare, right? And pulled in the idea of fifth generation warfare and that our war is not like the boys who stormed Normandy, but a spiritual war, which is obviously like a topic that here in the corner is talked about all the time. But I just thought that the way that he framed it up and then brought it into, one of his more typical kind of things he talks about, which is community, and just brought that down to the very granular and the very personal, was in usual Jordan Hall fashion, just really, really articulate. And then he actually someone replied to him and basically, I don't even know if it was a critique, said something like 21st century problems don't need they call for 21st century solutions, not 14th or 18th or 4th century solutions. And he had this even more brilliant reply maybe than his original post, which was 21st century problems is 20th century framing. Yep. The proper and only real response to the 21st century is eternal. And I mean, I sent the original post to my brother and he replied with a screenshot of that reply and said, "This is brilliant." And I completely agree, especially in light of him bringing the eternal into sort of the granular, talking about community. And then specifically for my generation, it hits home of building local communities and the sort of war, which as a 28-year-old right now, navigating job transitions. And, my wife and I have a 3-month-old baby girl, and just navigating the genuine, what feels like a war to live a balanced, holistic, spiritual Christian life in community, in genuine community and communion with those around us. It feels like a war. And so that just really hit home for me. And that would be my pitch, is to go deep on some of those themes.
All right. So I've been putting those up. Very good. A number of people sent me Jordan's tweet. It was something that I very well could have made a video about, but there's so many things to make videos about. All right. Thank you very much, Gray. Laura, what would you like to pitch?
All right, well, this might connect a little bit to what Gray was pitching. So Ross Douthat did have a conversation with a lady this week about the demographic collapse and why it's happening and what to do about it. I realize we already talk about that a lot, but the topic I wanted to pitch today was something that I don't think they covered really, which is, can we here as individuals think, first of all, about what we as individuals can do to create more babies? Obviously, Gray, you have a baby, so you're succeeding there. But if you have children, how can you help your children have children? How could you and some people help young people in your town have children? How could the specific church you go to help people have children? Like, can you imagine not just like a theoretical thing churches in general could do, but can you actually imagine something that your church could do that would really be feasible? Like, can we think of some specifics that individuals could do? I would be kind of interested in seeing what ideas people would come up with there.
All right. Good. I take notes here. That way I can remember all the pitches. Zach, you already sort of gave us a little nod into your pitch. Let's hear it.
Yeah. Well, first I want to respond to Gray's, maybe being the youngest millennial. One other way that I've introduced myself and how I choose to identify on Twitter or X is the world's oldest millennial. So maybe we can explore, some sort of, sandwich here. I was born in 1980, so depending on what, time frame you use, but I definitely skew more millennial, as evidenced by the backwards hat, which is probably driving Kale nuts, but it is what it is. I'm not wearing jeans though. It is casual Friday, but I'm not wearing jeans.
Your t-shirt isn't white either, so it's
there you go. There you go. So I keep you on your toes. So mine, so I was on the Friday Estuary, I don't know, maybe 6 weeks ago, and one of the topics that was chosen had to do with Matt had shared that someone in his community had committed suicide, and it was, it got deep quickly, and we processed that and wrestled through that. And then a couple weeks later, one of my college roommates and groomsmen in my wedding, and a pastor and a father of three, married father of three, committed suicide. And it's some time has passed, and I've cried my tears and I have my moments, but I'm like on a more able to kind of talk about it spot right now. And then your video this morning, Paul, about divorce and death really brought something alive for me in the tension between which is better. And like there were some ways that you had framed that around people look through the past in rose-colored glasses, and sometimes when someone dies, it's easier to remember them and move on. And so in some ways, death is better. And then myself, I was divorced previously, and it was devastating and felt like death, and in certain ways. And from the ashes of that into the new woman that I met, and now wife and life that we have together, I guess I want to argue for divorce being better than death. And maybe there's a positive spin on that, being what a new marriage and a new life from that, and the lessons learned can be used within your new relationship. And then maybe even on a more negative / public service announcement kind of way is when someone is in that divorce space and they feel hopeless, that type of death of despair, let's say, feels like an attractive option, or at least something that's considered. And I want to sort of put that out there, that as bad as divorce is, it's better than death in that context. So that's my pitch.
Great. Thank you. Rod. I know it's tough to pitch after something like that.
So tempted to pass. Passing feels like wimping out. But that's some protein rich stuff right there. Well, I'll carry on. The world's oldest Xer here. I think I'm just below the line between Paul and I. I think he's a young boomer and I'm an old Xer. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what I was thinking about. So, by the way, Phlebas was saying in the chat, since we have a professional tennis coach and player here, he wasn't pitching, he was serving. So maybe in the spirit of, I'll serve this one up, and then maybe someone will volley, and maybe we'll get a rally going. Just for this one, we'll mix up the sports metaphors. So this week on the House of Woo, Mark D. Parker started with an interesting provocation, I'll call it, and he was basically exploring the subject of power, and he, unlike some of you on here, I can't just quote the Bible from memory, but
So you're Catholic.
yeah, I used to be able to, but that was a long time ago. And so he mentions this scene right before the crucifixion where Pontius Pilate is agonizing over this decision and kind of doesn't seem to want to do it. This is in the Gospel of John, and some people have said that might have been written specifically to put the Jews in a terrible light. So, who knows? But he's agonizing about this decision, and he comes back into the chamber and he confronts Jesus and asks him. So this is the quote. Pilate heard this; he was even more afraid, and he went back inside the palace. "Where do you come from?" he asked Jesus. But Jesus gave him no answer. "Do you refuse to speak to me?" Pilate said. And Jesus says, "Don't you realize?" He says, "Don't you realize I have power either to free you or to crucify you?" And Jesus responds, "You would have no power over me if it were not given to you from above." And I heard that, and I immediately assumed it meant above as in heaven, like, God or something, but I guess you could interpret that to mean your Roman authorities, I suppose, right? I mean, it sounds like someone who really wants to flirt with crucifixion, provoking a Roman governor like that. Anyway, so a conversation ensues, kind of wrestling with the subject of power. Who has greater faith? He who dies for his faith or kills for his faith, right? And so I was in the chat, and no one seemed to really. I didn't get any traction on this. That's why I'm here. It's like, well, isn't PBK's tradition, isn't one of the leading lights of his tradition, one of the chief theologians, Abraham Kuyper, wasn't he elected prime minister of the Netherlands? And so then I did a little more research, and I found that he had actually started a political party called the Anti-Revolution Party. And their main platform was to equalize the funding between government schools and religious schools. Anyway, I won't go on, but I'm like, well, that's interesting. So was he a Christian nationalist by today's terminology? So then I thought, well, there's an interesting way to chew on the question of power in the earthly realm versus the heavenly realm. And I thought that might be an interesting subject. Again, with apologies, because after the last two, I probably would have just passed.
Well, no, it's the pitch must go on, or the serve, I suppose. Kale, I muted you because you had some background information coming in, background noise. So, all right, Rod, boy, name dropping that the guy who begins his intro about he's not the Christian here. He both reads from the Bible and drops Abraham Kuyper's name. That's some really sneaky service there, Rod. All right, Kale, what do you have to pitch? You got to unmute first. Unless I have to unmute.
I got it. All right. So yeah, they're doing some lawn work outside. So hopefully I'll toggle that as necessary. So I've been thinking a lot about kind of tracking with what you've been doing, Paul, for the last week and a half about the return of the strong gods and all that sort of stuff. And I've been thinking about using sort of Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson's sort of notion of abundance. It's sort of all the buzz in all the fancy places. And it seems to me that all of this, I note that in all of the discussions of abundance, it is strictly a material consideration. And there's lots and lots of sort of hand-wringing and hair pulling and fretting and sweating that something is not working. Now, that's a theme that all of us here in the corner, I think, are very accustomed to. I think many of us have gravitated toward this space with an intuition or a recognition that either on the personal level or the sort of the local level or even the worldwide level, something really isn't working. And I wonder if the denizens or the sort of the mouthpieces of the establishment, those that are going heavy into the paint on the notion of the open society are kind of doing a double down, casting a kind of spell on what can we do to sort of shore up the inadequacies of our open society, our democracy. These sort of buzzwords. And you look at Ezra Klein, some of the people that Douthit has been interviewing, David French and Jordan Peterson, and I wonder if why can't they see the jig itself, the sort of the constraints of the open society, that they are all winners in this open society that we've crafted? Is there any way that they can be made to see the constraints that they themselves have sort of put in place? And is there any way, I guess, to reinsert this kind of language of spirit into a kind of more mainstream idiom, so that we can maybe not spend so much energy trying to shore up that which is broken, but in line with what Jordan Hall was talking about in that tweet thread? Is there something that has been catastrophically left behind that we can retrieve in a way that might be palatable, or does it require a kind of clean wipe, a radical revolution of some sort? So I've just been thinking about the open society, this talk of abundance, and sort of the dearth of spirit.
Okay. All right. Very good. I will pass, which I usually do. There's plenty on the table. And this round, I hope everybody's listened carefully. You can ask if you want a little clarification from somebody about somebody else's pitch, you can make it. But in this round, the reason I use pitch and point and pass is because pastors like alliteration. So it's just easy to remember. Everything starts with P. Gray, what would you like to point to? What caught your salience, landscaper?
All of them, but
you can't do that.
No. I think I would say something at the intersection of Laura and Zach's, and I guess you could say my own. Theirs were more aimed at family. Zach's obviously from a different perspective than Laura's, but with a lot of intersection there in child rearing and family. And then of course that plays into what I was referencing with Jordan's tweet pretty heavily, in terms of community and the sort of war that we find ourselves in. So I think, yeah, maybe that's not a fair answer because I just kind of referenced three, but I would say somewhere in that intersection between Laura and Zach's, with bringing in some of what I was talking about could be fruitful.
No, that's fair. That's fair. You just got to shorten the list for me, and as the other pitches go, we'll begin to narrow it in. Laura, what other topic besides your own would you like to point to that sort of caught your attention?
It would be easy to harmonize Gray's and Zach's and mine, I think. They're all interesting. If I have to vote for one, I might be most interested in talking about Jordan Hall's comments and Gray's topic about warfare, and also how we frame our problems, or how we frame the solutions.
All right. Thank you. Zach, what would you like to pitch? Or I'm sorry, point to?
Yeah, I think I started to see a synthesis between Kale's and Gray's, especially there towards the end about, I think he said like dearth of spirit. Maybe that was like, that's a good, put a nice little bow on that. And I said dearth of spirit. I got a sense that that's what Jordan was referring to, or at least in the realm of what Jordan Hall was referring to within his response about eternal solutions. So I'm going to vote for some version between those two.
All right. Okay. Very good. Rod, what would you like to point to?
If I was to vote based on what I think about the most, I would be all in on Laura's topic, marriage and family and children. Specifically, she's talking about children, and honestly, it would be difficult for me to participate much in that conversation because it would be too painful. And so I think what I would do is vote for what Zach just did, which is kind of combined, see the connection between what Gray and Cale were talking about, because I also see how it might tie into what I was talking about. You know, we are in a warfare. What about power, earthly and beyond? So I guess, yeah, if I have to pick one, I guess I would go just as a courtesy to the rookie, I would go with Gray.
All right. Okay, Cale.
Yeah, I'll make this short. I'm gonna go for Gray because I think there's some tie-ins. So
okay. Well, I think it's pretty clear. Maybe a good way to begin is I'll bring this tweet back on stage, and maybe I'll just read it. And I think it does connect up. Most of the topics definitely have an intersection. Jordan is responding to a tweet from Bumbadum that says, "I'm begging boomers to come up with a better vision for this country than go work minimum wage at a convenience store in the middle of nowhere and die in poverty." And there's always an interesting dynamic. You know, one of the things I really noticed during the woke phase was whenever you use sort of these metaphors of power, you tend to infantilize the victim. And this is something that African-American leaders, you know, someone like Greg Lowry would push back on and say, you know, Glenn Lowry. That's right. Glenn Lowry. Why on one hand, you say these people are the problem, and yet you keep begging them to fix it. And if for the last 50 years they've demonstrated to you that they're not your friend, why do you imagine they're going to suddenly turn it now? And so what's the deal with that move? So Jordan responds to that by saying this long tweet: "I'll take a swing, dead center of Gen X here. So take it for what you will. Don't look to boomers for vision or even support." That's kind of, again, a Glenn Lowry point. Gen X has known that since at least the early 80s, probably earlier. If some flip and turn out to be helpful, that's pure upside. Here's the frame. Y'all are at war. It's a very different kind of war than the kids storming Normandy at beaches at Normandy faced, but that is the right mindset. You need to be on a wartime footing, else nothing will make sense. Now, the best way of thinking about your war is that it's a spiritual war, of which fifth generation war is a big part. The enemy isn't going to kill your kids. He's going to get you to do that, or to get them themselves to kill themselves, or cause you to never have any kids, or cause them to choose merely survival over life. Get the sense of it? That pretty much brings in a lot of the different pitches that we've had.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Who's the enemy in this post? Is it like boomers or like the devil or
well,
something else?
Let's ask that question once I finish the read.
Okay.
In a way, the boys at Normandy had a simpler task. The enemy was over there, and we were trying to really hard to kill you. In your war, the enemy is everywhere and nowhere. He's between you and your wife, you and your parents, you and your kids, between your mind and your heart, especially between your heart and God. It's tough to face things like just getting a decent job, being able to own a home, being able to raise a family as war, but that's the way it is. No human authority is coming to save you. Nothing is fair. Every legacy institution is corrupt and incompetent. You have to muster a subtle quality of intense courage, find allies who are capable of being brothers in arms, and begin to figure out how to fight this fight. Then win it, fully accepting that death, or worse, is a perfectly plausible outcome. My advice from whatever wisdom I've acquired: focus locally. Flesh and blood is more trustworthy than virtual. The net is useful, but don't over-index. If you can build a community of 100 who are made of the right stuff, you'll have a real chance. Hyper-local. Get yourself sorted physically, psychologically, relationally. Your integrity is non-negotiable. A man without integrity is less than worthless. Connect with other functional communities and help each other. Sometimes it's operating doctrine, sometimes technology, sometimes it will require a physical presence. Why WNC, West North Carolina, assume that means folks know what I'm talking about here.
Western North Carolina.
Western North Carolina. Excuse me.
God bless you.
Cultivate discernment and gift your attention wisely, figuring out who is better at telling a more meaningful truth and not being dragged down rabbit holes is life and death. Again, a man without integrity is less than worthless. Go to church. If you don't have a church worth attending, find one or start one. You're going to need God. Here's the good news. These are the bad times. But if you become strong men, you will be the ones who create good times. And then, of course, there was the follow-up tweet and about from Loki. Maybe the real gods were the friends we made all along the way. If you don't have dream, you'll be baked into someone else's pie and you'll be consumed. 21st century problems require 21st century solutions, not 14th, not 18th, and not 4th. Jordan Hall responds, proposed. The frame of 21st century problems, solutions is a 20th century frame. The proper and only real response to the 21st century is eternal. Proposition granted. Eternal problems require eternal solutions. Do you have anything in addition you'd like to say with respect to that, Gray? Because you won the vote.
I mean, there's so much there. No, I think rereading it, it just strikes me that there's a ton of connections to what pretty much everybody was referring to with their pitches within what Jordan said there, which is a lot. Hearing you read it again, I think I'm struck again by the way that he did a great job, or started out in this like very macro wide frame and then zooms in very much to like the point about hyper local is literally managing yourself spiritually, physically, relationally, and then back out to connecting with other communities that laid beside the frame of warfare or within the frame of warfare, I think is just a really interesting juxtaposition. So no, I don't have a ton to add, but just I think it was useful for sure to read it again.
Probably my vote would have been Zach in terms of the death and divorce. But I think, as Laura's interjection gets at, there's part of what you have to sort of do when you read this tweet is ask yourself, okay, what's salvation? What's perdition? What's war? What good are we striving for? And that really connects, I think, also with Cale's point of an implicit bias. And I think even going after the Second World War, you have soldiers and families. You have an entire world that has just been soaked in trauma. And I deal with this partly because a big part of the Christian Reformed Church happens after the Second World War with basically Dutch refugees that go to Canada and California. And of course, they didn't have any language for trauma. This group of people were very energetic. When I was just in Canada at Synod, Nate Bendenon, who's in the corner, Nate was, telling me about how these people came from the Netherlands and wow, they saved their money. They poured all their pennies into Christian schools, into churches, into Christian universities. And they just were laser focused. But, an element here that I think, one person, Face Spaces has been a relatively new and regular contributor to comments on the channel. in some really interesting ways. You know, she's challenging the war metaphor here, and there's a fair point in that, because if you look at, let's say, the post-war consensus, we think about the Second World War. If you keep sort of following that conversation, it won't take long, at least in America, and you'll bump into the Civil War. And so there is a way in which war is something that impacts at every level. And so when you use it as a metaphor here, and so then after the Second World War, the thing that America did was, I don't know that America, dealt with its trauma. It had less trauma than the rest of the world. But what it turned to was consumerism. And there's very interesting studies about how Americans consume way more. I mean, part of the challenge that China faces is their people save money. We Americans, we spend. And I think that's tied in here.
Well, regarding war metaphors, I think they can be useful, but I do think we also need to be thoughtful about them. Like, why are we using them? Are they really the best metaphors? This reminds me that I recently reconnected with a friend who is very strongly partisan for the Democratic Party. So whatever the leftish thing of the moment is, he'll be all over that. And I hadn't talked to him in maybe a year, but within the first few minutes of my talking to him, he brought up that he thought it was great that Luigi Mangione shot that CEO. And, and I said, well, I don't think that's good because murder is wrong. And
radical
and
take, Laura.
And he said, but we're in a war, right? It's a war out there. And so why would it have been wrong for Ulysses S. Grant to shoot someone, but it's not wrong for this guy to shoot the healthcare CEO? This is what we need to be doing. So I don't know what we want to do with that.
The thing that really caught me about Zach's divorce and death is I think about Scott and Lacey Peterson, which is a celebrated case from a number of years back here in Northern California. Beautiful young wife, pregnant.
Yeah.
He kills her. And it's like, and her mother was like, couldn't you have just left her?
Yeah, I don't even know how to say anything better than that. Like, it's the we're talking about war. I think someone in the comments is like, war is hell, and divorce is probably the closest thing that I've been to war. Let's just say that. That's probably a truthful statement. And there gets to be those moments where it's so intense that you start to be able to rationalize and justify certain behaviors that are definitely not modeled by Jesus. Like, you just, you can, I don't know if this is going to turn into a sort of a just war debate in this Estuary meeting or something like that. But you really don't see a lot of examples of Jesus picking up his fists after being struck on the cheek, or being whipped with the cat o' nine tails, or being crucified even. And I'm always encouraged and stunned, actually, by the examples of the early church, being fed to the lions. And there's a book called Quo Vadis. It's
Great novel.
Film. Yeah,
Great novel.
It's the best book I've ever read.
Yeah.
And it goes into amazing detail. Actually, also somebody who got into politics and became the governor of New Mexico, I believe I have that right, Lew Wallace, arrested Billy the Kid. I don't know where this trivia is coming from, but he wrote this novel about this experience of Christians not fighting back. And obviously we're sitting here, 2,000 years later with Christianity is the dominant, force in the world, and in some ways, in that spiritual way, I would argue.
So one interesting thing, I guess, building off that, Zach, and what you said, Laura, and then in the comments, people saying, the war analogy is maybe not the best. I think one of the things that seemed really, or that struck a chord with me in what Jordan was saying is reframing things. I speak for my generation, the examples he gave, buying a home, raising a family, reframing things that are not typically thought of within an analogy like warfare, or anywhere near an analogy like warfare, and reframing them as acts of war or on one side of war. And then you pair that with, I think someone else in the comments said, it's scary when a spiritual war becomes material. And that's where I think these things connect together and make the warfare analogy pretty apt, is someone who, I don't want to say anyone in particular, but someone who's in a situation where a divorce causes them to be so depressed and anxious that they take their own life, or a situation in a marriage or a job or whatever that causes them to be in such a low place that they take their own life, like that, I feel like it's very valid to view that as a casualty of war. And then on the other side, these redemptive efforts, if you can call them those, of day-to-day life, that's family life, that's having the courage to raise a big family when you're not sure you can pay for it, or you have the community to support you, the courage to build a community when everyone around you, no one on your street really knows each other's names, things like that are not necessarily, we don't think of that in the frame of warfare. And I think that's what maybe struck the chord with me with Jordan's tweet was, and for my own personal situation of being in my mid-20s and really trying to make these things happen for myself, for some of our closest friends who also have toddlers that are trying to figure all this out right now in our church. It feels like war, and sometimes, often, especially with reference to what Jordan was saying with older generations, I could use my mom as an example. Like that doesn't register for her, being in her late 60s, from her generation. It doesn't, I don't want to be just that millennial who's complaining to the boomers, but there is a genuine disconnect there where she struggles to understand, hey, the things that were so easy for you, my parents are divorced as well. So like the things that were so easy for you and dad, of buying a home that could house your 3 kids, and then, feeling like you guys could get a divorce and it wouldn't, permanently damage your kids and this and that, like, man, the mask has come off, like both economically and all these things that make it difficult to do something like buy a house or raise a family. And then the negative effects that come downstream of making those decisions, like getting a divorce or changing jobs, moving, all these things, or lack of building great community. Right. And so I think that's where the warfare analogy is really apt. And I would just push back a little bit on that.
Maybe another analogy we could introduce is the concept of adventure. Because traditionally an adventure is where, you set off into the unknown, you're taking risks, all kinds of things might happen to you. You're relying on God's guidance or, something else that might be like intangible. That can maybe also be a useful metaphor for the kinds of things that young people have to do these days. I don't know.
I too put me kind of in the camp of being a little uncomfortable with the frame. I like and respect Jordan and have gained a lot from him, but it wasn't clear to me whether he was saying gird for battle, prepare for war, or if he was saying try to avoid it. Sometimes history comes knocking on your door, and there's no way to opt out, and you should pray that never happens to you, right? When it does, well then, yeah, hard choices, right? And so Jonathan Pajot was just on Voice, and he talked about, the good war. There's almost like you can almost feel it in the zeitgeist. There's this kind of like hankering for, let's have a clarifying event, right? And I can imagine the other frame that I struggle with is the generational frame, we do it a lot around here. I did it. Gray, speaking from his experience as a young millennial, I can see why, looking at the boomers, it's easy to just look at all those people, and they don't know how hard it is now. And they're, and just like the war analogy or frame, Chad pointed out, he wasn't using a metaphor. He was describing war, right? So the frame is what I'm concerned about. And I'm also concerned about the frame of generations, because you still actually have to act in the world as a person. And so my sense is those kind of frames tend to be self-reinforcing. So discussion of war makes war more likely. Looking at things through the lens of generations makes us other each other in ways that maybe aren't helpful. It doesn't mean that there isn't anything to be learned or gained. It doesn't mean that it isn't helpful to sort of, in terms of just how to think about something. But once you have to take action, I liked where you started, Laura. Who's the enemy? And if you have ready answers for that, well, you might have already halfway slipped into the frame, right? Who knows? On this call, just the six of us, are there enemies here? And this is what war does, right? It makes you stop trusting each other. So, this is no shade toward Jordan. He's a brilliant guy, but I don't love the frame.
I'd like to jump in on that. One of the things that I've noticed is there is this real hesitancy to talk about it as a war. And James Davidson Hunter, I think his name was, he wrote the book in 1991 on, the culture wars. And I believe he's the one who sort of coins that, if memory serves. And I'm curious as to why there's such a why does it make everyone so uneasy to talk about it as war? And again, I'm not pro-war, right? But that there seems to be an unwillingness just categorically to understand it as a war. I think that the metaphor is apt, in part because St. Paul himself invokes it with let us not forget that we are in a great battle, in a great war against the powers and principalities. And so, to me, my own personal disquietude about using war as a metaphor doesn't change the facts on the ground as far as I can see it. I think it very much is a war that we are going to great lengths to try to pretend it's not a war. And I don't know if you followed that story a couple of weeks back. I wrote a Substack on it about the University of Tulsa honors program, and there was a youngish sort of dynamic academic who was lured away from her tenure position at South Carolina to start an honors program. She's kind of like a great books, classics type person. And they started an honors program at the University of Tulsa. And it was by all of the metrics, right? If I'm running a school, I'm looking at this from a spreadsheet standpoint, it's working. I have a 500% boost in enrollment. I have endowment, grant money coming through. And then a new provost comes through and just shivs her, and it's done. It's over. Right. And I was not at all surprised that the in that particular frame, and in sort of the academic frame, that she was trying to be winsome and win hearts and minds, and her enemies, and those are very real enemies, right? Again, a gun is not obvious, a knife is not obvious, but someone came and took her out and took out that entire program out of jealousy and spite. And so to me, that is and she, whatever, I'm not sure what she thinks about it. She's sort of rising above, as it were, not sort of talking out of turn. But to me, this is indicative of, the culture war doesn't matter if you want to call it a war or not. It's a very real thing. And this to me hits a lot of what, you talked about, Rod, in terms of, the marriage crisis, and those of us who've been through a divorce, and all of our families, either personally or right next door, have been affected by. These are wars. Now, who's the big baddie? It's a good question. It's probably powers and principalities, that are using human beings to carry out, the charge of screw tape. And so I wonder why we're so nervous about using the frame of a war when, from my perspective, it very much looks like one to me.
My concern is escalation. The next most likely thing that happens after you escalate is more escalation. And a frame can become a prison. It can become very rigid, and you can get stuck there. And that's why I don't like it. Yeah,
again, I appreciate that. I don't like war either. But this is the condition we find ourselves in. And so as a dad, right, I have a sort of a take on that. As a teacher, I have a take on that. As someone who cares deeply about the next generation and the inability for men and women to get along, I very much see this as a wartime situation. And my gut tells me, my reading suggests that this is a war because this consensus that we all live in, whether we were part of building it up or not, the consensus that we live in has designs that seem to be ratcheting and ratcheting and ratcheting, independent of my personal opinions about not wanting to war with my enemies.
One of the books I read a number of years ago was a book on the Pax Romana, the Peace of Rome at this time period. One of the things that I noted in that book was that the legions were constantly fighting during the Peace of Rome. So what did they mean by that? When I was at Synod, Synod is like this. You work from 6 in the morning till 10 at night or 11 at night, especially if I do my little videos at the end. So it's just completely engrossing. And in that time, was Israel at war with Iran? Was America at war with Iran? Have we been at war with Iran for 20 some years since the Iranian Revolution? And then we have this word, the Cold War. So I think everybody here has really good points. And I think it might be helpful to just take a look at that word. And so when Jordan says 5th generation warfare, okay, so now we're trying to get a sense of where the lines are. And part of these lines have everything to do with, I was listening to General Petraeus in this one Aspen conference, and there's this other woman used to run the NSA, and she says, before Russia attacked Ukraine, first there were these cyber wars. And so that's a big deal now, where the computers go and they try to disable things on the other side and infiltrate networks. China, of course, has been, yes, please, we'll make your things for you, and we'll take your technology and we'll use that. And so, and I think the word war, I think it's really helpful if we sort of understand these things. And then the one last point, which is, it's very different when you read the Bible, as all of us have done here, Rod included. The Bible is a very violent book. The Bible is just we're reading the book of Samuel right now with our men's group. It's just violence, 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 violence. And then you get to Jesus in the Pax Romana and Pilate. Jesus did what he did in a time and place that is far more violent than many of us are living now. And, I remember Kenneth Bailey, he was teaching in Lebanon during the Lebanese Civil War. He was teaching New Testament, and his students were reading that, and they're basically saying, how did Jesus do this for 3 years? We think he would have been offed in the first few weeks.
Yeah.
And if you read the gospel closely, you realize that there were many attempts at Jesus' life. And so, I think both sides, I think here in terms of the war metaphor, have really strong points. And so I'm really glad we're having this conversation. But we have to come to grips with the fact that none of us get out of this world alive. And if we die at 25 or if we die at 85, well, that's a big difference for us. You go and look back 100 years and it's like, do we care? And what does it mean to die? I've seen people dead in their 20s and they linger into their 80s. So this is, I mean, wow.
So
Sorry.
Go ahead, Rod, and then Gray.
Yep.
Whose faith is greater? The one who dies for his faith or kills for his faith? You know, I think, and Foxman made this point, that maybe we're not addressing the point that Jordan was trying to make. And it's easy to gloss over the conditions on the ground that he was trying to show that he understood. And Gray can speak more eloquently to that as a young millennial than I could. And I think it's right that we should not, in this, as we discuss whether we should be discussing it this way, that we don't forget that the reason why he was framing it the way he was is that it's hell out there, right? And so my point is not to deny that. It's not to be Pollyanna and try to put a shine on a turd. It's that, is this the way to talk about it, right? And if you're girding for battle, or if there's a war out there and here's how you can try to stay out of it, or here's how you can prepare, here's how you can protect yourself. Maybe don't send your children into those kind of spaces, things like that. I understand why this is so difficult and so personal. And I understand why people get their dukes up ready to fight. I've said, I don't want to repeat myself.
Yeah, your point is well taken, especially in terms of escalation. And I think, to go back to what Laura was saying and what Kale referenced, I guess maybe, and I could have said this probably earlier, and this is just like, of course I'm coming from a certain perspective, which is, I feel like I'm reading Jordan's tweet very much or adopting what I think is his perspective of like Paul in Ephesians, right? And the spiritual warfare. And what comes to mind, especially taking your point, you have to be really careful who you call the enemy. And I guess, especially after what you just said, Rod, my feeling of what I would almost hope people take from reading what Jordan said or that perspective is a sense of readiness or a response of readiness. It's less about, maybe that's the adjustment to the frame, and it brings to mind, like when the parables of, I'm terrible at chapter and verse, but Christ's parables about the servant or the slave, being ready for the master to return. That sense of readiness, what relationship does that have to the readiness of preparedness for war, like what Jordan is referencing? And that's not Christ saying be prepared for war, but in a way he is saying maintain a readiness, a perspective of that he will be coming back. And so, yes, order your life rightly, but the ways in which he elsewhere commands you to order your life rightly are some of the very things that I think Jordan is sort of pointing out to be these acts of resistance or acts of war within that frame, or the frame of today, So it's, I totally agree that you can definitely run away with the frame in the wrong direction. But I think if you stay anchored to the spiritual nature of it, that the enemy are the principalities and powers. And at the end of the day, the ways in which they are materially manifest through institutions, through individuals and their actions, without saying that those individuals are the enemy. You have to walk a really fine line there, of course. But if the result or the intended result is an attitude of readiness, such that you are not caught off guard, because I think that that's where a lot of people find themselves, and maybe what Jordan is aiming at and why he's taking a stab at answering this in public on Twitter and in many of his YouTube videos is like, and I can say this for people around me, there is, maybe especially here in Texas, where there's still a vestige of evangelical Christian dominance in the culture. I'm not from here. I'm from the East Coast, and coming here, and I wasn't a Christian until really 5 years ago, right when I moved to Texas. And so this is all brand new to me. In my first year or two, I thought this evangelical, what occurs in Texas and the dominance it has in the culture here was more normal. I've since learned that it is not normal most places, but what I've observed in Texas, in a way, being a little bit of an outsider because I didn't grow up here, I didn't grow up a Christian, is that the principalities and powers, mammon, the culture, the perspectives of the culture wars on both sides are, gosh, they have their claws in our churches here for sure. And friends around me, it's like the stories that you are, the narratives that you are imbibing, even in faithful churches here, it's difficult to describe and so nuanced, such that if you just sleepwalk through the day-to-day without that perspective, the attitude of readiness that comes from maybe using this frame for the moment we find ourselves in, then you may be like dozens of people my age I know who are not willing to die to themselves enough to convince a partner to marry them effectively by shaping themselves in such a way that they are a suitable husband or a suitable wife. And so they don't enter into marriage, and then they don't have children, and then this spreads out, and you have people who considered themselves to be Christians that were sold a bill of goods by the culture and by the principalities and powers, and now are not the positive force in the world and in our communities and in our cultures that they could be, and that feels like casualties.
I just want to say, great job. I mean,
I like readiness.
Let's give the rookie his flowers. Like that was that was very well said. I can't improve on that, but you had brought something else to mind for me. Actually, both you and Rod, around what does Jordan mean, and now I'm kind of curious as to. Somebody can get a hold of Jordan here, soon enough, and maybe we can ask him about it. And I'm wondering a couple of things. What was his most recent, maybe podcast conversation that addressed some of this? And then there was also a tweet that he had put out months previous. I in my mind, it lives as, I guess I should talk into the mic, the guillotine tweet. Do you remember the guillotine tweet, Paul? You just nodded your head.
I've not heard of the guillotine tweet, but I want to know about it.
Okay. It might have even been a response, but it was something around a political figure. Maybe someone in the comments can find it for us here. But it was Jordan actually using the example of the guillotine as something that he would be for. And it's Twitter, and it's not the same as, speaking to somebody. But it was like, he was like, yeah, it's a guillotine. And I'm not being metaphorical, or I'm being serious. Like, we need to bring this back. This would be an appropriate response to some of the things that have gone on. And I remember it just sort of like caught me, because he's talked about being in rooms with people who have made some very consequential decisions. And so the depths of the crimes or sins that he's maybe observed or rightfully believes have happened, and are maybe worthy of the guillotine. Maybe it'd be better to ask him about it. So I'm going to ask him about it, see if we can get a recording.
I sent him a link.
Yeah, he's obviously ignoring a rule of the TLC. If you say someone's name 3 times, they have to show up.
I sent him the link so he can pop
Anybody
in.
named Jordan gets to a pass on that. I think if your name is Jordan in the TLC, you don't magically show up like Beetlejuice.
Wow.
Kale's not satisfied. He wants to frame this as a war. So,
well, I
don't
have
be silent, Kale.
I maybe have a question that Kale could answer. I was going to ask it to Gray, but anyone can answer. because words can be a helpful metaphor. I'm not saying they can't be. So I'm interested in hearing how a war framing how you might find that helpful or useful in any given situation, but kind of make it specific, right? When it comes to like having a baby or finding a job or handling some conflict, if you're committed to the war framing, you find it helpful, like talk me through how that's going to influence your decision making, your perspective, whatever,
Maybe I could answer from a more micro perspective, and then Kale, I think, could say a lot from the maybe a little bit of a higher perspective. I would say that question makes me immediately, and I don't want to be like dodging it or shifting frames by any means, but it brings up the thought of the people who are less about who I'm fighting against and more who I'm fighting with. So my wife and our our community group or our life group at church is there's 5 of us couples. I think we have 7 kids between us right now, all under the age of 4. So we're all kind of just like getting started together. We've been here for 2 years and been doing life with them for about a year. And I mean, honestly, the perfect scenario I can really describe is like, so about 9 weeks ago, I found out, and this would honestly open up a whole nother can of worms that probably Kale could talk about, but I found out 9 weeks ago that Baylor University, who I work for, was cutting my job. In large part, maybe totally, due to, from my perspective, the influence of Mammon, which is the athletic department hyper focusing all resources on what makes us the most money: football and basketball. And the exact quote, I'll give you guys an exact quote. This might make you throw up. Our athletic director, when challenged by a man who I'm very close with, who used to be a spiritual presence in the department, has since left, when challenged about the direction that the department and the university as a whole were going, he said, we have to win so that we can be the ones on the microphone to spread the gospel. And my friend or my mentor's response was to laugh and say, I don't think that Christ needs Baylor athletics on the mic to spread his message. But to go back to me personally, I mean, that's, I was thrust, my wife and our very young daughter and I have been thrust into this situation that we never thought we'd be in, having bought a house a couple of years ago, and settling into a community where we feel like after a year, 2 years, we are starting to really get close with other people who are chasing after Christ and wanting to raise kids in the right way and want to sacrifice maybe the heights of careerism or materialism in order to really, to the best of our abilities, do this thing the right way. The thing being a wide range, life, family life together, communal life. And my wife and I are thrust into this situation where I'm now having to figure out how to make money to support her, or to support our family. She currently works full time and makes more money than I do. So praise God for that providence. But we are in a situation where we're deciding, I have job offers in other cities, in Dallas, in Austin, where the pace of life is absolutely stifling, crushing. We lived there for 3 years and felt like, wow, it would be really, it's really hard for us to live the way that we feel called to live here. And we are faced with this decision of, do we gird our loins and try to find some way to, and trust God, really abandon ourselves to God to support us in trying to pursue what Jordan talks about a lot, what Ross Bird, another friend who I've spoken with, and Jordan has had a great conversation around community with, what they talk about of, I think there's a great Wendell Berry quote about find a place, stay in your place, build your community, the Rod Dreher, maybe not so far as the Benedict option, but we find ourselves, my wife and I, in this juxtaposition between I could easily go make enough money for my wife to stay home if we sacrifice a bunch of things. And that's where right now I feel like my day to day, and I genuinely am not trying to complain, feels like a war for my mind and my heart. The chaos and the confusion of what do I prioritize? Where is God calling us? What is the most important? And the courage it may take to step into not knowing if I'll be able to support my family and bring my wife home to raise our kids, so we don't have to subject my 6-month-old daughter or a year-old daughter to daycare and other people raising her. So that's a lot. I don't know if it necessarily answers your question, but it's just very personal for me right now, in the sense that it feels day to day, not just like a war over our circumstances, but also over, I mean, yesterday I was sitting doing some work and I just told my wife, I'm like, I feel anxious in a way I've never felt anxious before. And I can't even really pinpoint exactly what about this whole situation has me feeling this way, but it's like some Christians in our area would just go as far as to say I feel like I'm being attacked spiritually. That's not the kind of language I typically go to describe things, but maybe within this frame it's apt. So I don't know if that answers your question. It's, I mean, just sort of an anecdote, but it's maybe more the vibe of what I'm experiencing. And I know that I'm not alone in that. And it maybe provides, to answer your question more directly, the frame of war at least provides, in some sense, some legitimacy to the feelings I have, that I can imagine this is as close to something like war I've ever felt like I've been in.
What if we shift off the war metaphor, because that sort of dominated this conversation, and maybe get at some of the elements of it? The video that I released this morning was an edited version of really a wonderful conversation between Nate Heil and Paul Renee Nichols. And Paul Renee in that video just articulated, Rod, I thought about you. I can never quote exactly what you say, but I thought about you a lot. I guess, Rod, I have a relationship with Rod like I do with Catholics to their Bible. I can't quite exactly quote him, but I kind of know what he's talking about, because, you know, what Paul Renee so articulately set out there was, I have this dream of, again, this ancient life of love, you know, permanent love. You know, that came up in the Grindr video too on Unheard. Yeah. I have this dream of permanent love and children and multi-generational, but in order for that to happen, I need to live in a much larger frame. And what really grabbed me was, of course, many in this meaning crisis have fled to Orthodoxy as a space where they could find shelter from the storm. And he so poignantly, so I put it right at the beginning of the video, he so poignantly said, you know, I went to Orthodoxy because of all the churches, maybe Orthodoxy could do that, and it failed. And so, you know, to me, that also reminds me of Carl Reiner's quote, you know, basically, again, another of all things insufficient. And Rod, that brought me to your, and maybe you'll say it the way you always say it, because you say it so well, about we live in this environment of choice. And it's, in fact, all of the choices that make certain kinds of freedom and stability unattainable.
I wanted to give Cale a chance to do you
go ahead.
Go
ahead.
Well, you're probably, maybe it's, we are permanently marked by the principle of non-coercion. Is that the one?
There's the one.
It's like, I don't know how we escape that, except for maybe a good war. I'm not saying that sincerely. I'm just,
but it's a spell, right? We're all under that spell, Rod. None of us want to do it. I get that.
I get it. Well, and I want to make sure I'm clear. I understand why anyone would want to think of it in the way we're talking about. I get that, right? And I don't want to go back into that, fall back into that trench. But I am fully sympathetic to why, particularly if you have young children and you're trying to, there are so many ways. I have so much empathy for young parents, particularly. Like, what do you tell them? How do you prepare them? How do you set them forth in the world with some confidence that they'll thrive, right? It is a grave and serious problem, right? I also know that something deeply seductive about an apocalyptic frame. We seem to not be able to avoid it, right? And we're human beings are future-oriented organisms. We can't help but think about things in terms of the future. Ideally, we're all making worthwhile sacrifices for some kind of generative future, right? But it's not like you can win the future, right? It's this. I get uncomfortable with any kind of a triumphalist frame, as if somehow we'll just make all the right decisions and we'll create all the right kind of children, and we'll create little foot soldiers that'll win the next war and prepare us for some kind of utopian future. That's not my understanding of the future, right? And so I don't know which direction you wanted me to riff on that, but basically I'm saying it's a problem that everyone is free to leave at any time for any reason, whether we're talking divorce or any other reason, right? The freedom to associate is also the freedom to not associate, right? And so we've glued it together with consumerism, as you said when you started, Paul. As long as everybody's doing okay and making plenty of money, then maybe that won't matter, and everyone can feel it, right?
Right.
We're feeling it. We can feel that that narrative is fraying, and there's a lot of desperate people.
And Rod, I would just say that we have been lulled into a sense that is the sort of the neutral default.
Agreed.
And I think that's part of why this is also, we're all confounded by this, because we think if we could just get back to neutral.
Well, and that's why I picked your topic in conjunction with Gray's, because I do think that I liked Laura's frame as an adventure. I think if we were creative, we could probably come up with some more here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where we're giving ourselves and anyone listening reasons for optimism, right? And battening down the hatches and girding up your loins, and that's a frame. That's a particular kind of frame, right? And my goal would be similar, which is how do we thrive in the environment that we are confronted with. So again, I'm sympathetic to why this is such a concerning topic. I'm very sympathetic to it. I have a bias to discuss when someone comes to a discussion like this with something deeply personal, like you did, Zach. Like, I have a bias to talk about that, and I've noticed as we've tried to do this how hard that is to do. Right? What do you say? Right? So I'm not making light of how serious a topic this is. It's more like I just all my instincts tell me. That's why I keep saying things like whose faith is greater, right? And I'm not the Christian in here, right? But I'm feeling like those words are powerful, right? The only reason you have any power is because it comes from above, right? And that's why I wanted to talk about, like, wait a minute, the Christian Reformed tradition has as one of its chief theologians, he was the prime minister, for crying out loud, and ran for office on a very, I got it in there, right? Like, literally ran for office on a very specific, agenda. And I the other quote I printed out, this is from Kuyper's, one of his famous quotes. He said, "There is not a square inch in the whole domain of our human existence over which Christ, who is sovereign over all, does not cry, 'Mine.'" And so his justification was that we need to get involved in politics and we need to run things. So weaving in, a political battle is another way of thinking about this power struggle, this culture war, this however you want to frame it, right? And that's why I thought it might even be, germane to the topic we're on. But I just, everything in my being tells me that this is not how you thrive.
Well, in order, the conditions for thriving require a sort of baseline level of security, right? It's like you can't thrive. There's no abundance, right? I mean, this is like my frustration with the conversation about abundance. It's like there seems to be an unwillingness to talk about the whole thing. And so we can just sort of worry about the GDP, or we can worry about house prices.
Lean into your topic, though. You are bringing the spirit into the conversation. The spirit,
Right. So okay. So then what I would invoke here is the sort of the archetype of the knight, right? So that the archetype type of the knight suggests high-level competency on the field of battle and high-level competency within the confines of the four walls. There's a sort of a societal competency that is required of the knight. In other words, the knight is not a savage, right? The knight is not a berserker. The knight is not a kind of shackled giant that we kind of throw in the front line and let him maul down some orcs. It's a refined, meek, yet physically courageous soldier, and it seems to me that part of what Jordan is saying in that quotation or that tweet thread, is that we want to start, at, I don't know, 1800. We want to start and we have archetypes that scale well beyond or well behind, this sort of year zero that modernity is built upon. And I get why, if you look at sort of the origins of liberalism and all of that, you get why there was this desire to sort of let's put the strong gods on the back burner so that we can kind of cobble together something to move forward. But in leaving all that stuff behind, there are real deep human needs that get ultimately squelched. And I feel like we are the victims of all that stuff that's been left out of the conversation.
Just so before we move on, I just wanted to insert this as a book recommendation I'm glad you invoked knighthood and sort of an honor code. Ethan Hawke, the actor, wrote a book for his son called Rules for a Knight. And I cannot recommend it more. Anytime any friend of mine has a son, it's a gift that I give every time.
That's cool.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful book. And to this point.
Michael Martin was recommending a return to the archetype of the knight recently. Did anyone read that post that he made? It was.
But Pajot was also saying something about it, I think, recently.
You had your hand up before, Laura. What you had something you wanted to...
I wanted to ask Cale if he thought that the famous mouse utopia experiment was relevant to his comments about the limits of abundance.
Yeah, the beautiful ones, right? That's the experiment you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and I right. So yeah, of course I think about that all the time, right? And so even mice seem to be affected by the unnecessariness of life if everything's taken care of, right? That we don't think of mice as caring about the struggle, yet when a habitat is provided, when food is provided, water is provided, shelter is provided, then it just all falls apart. They stop. And I guess that's maybe it's an issue of scale though, Laura, and the rest, that we have this false sense of, like even when you say something like the post-war consensus, like, well, where is this post-war consensus? Is it in Philadelphia? Is it in Des Moines? Is it, and then wherever else? Yet we all seem to be part of this large thing. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not sure where I'm getting at with this.
I don't have an answer to you, Cale. I actually do have to step off and take care of my tiny little baby. But just wanted to say thanks. I could talk to you guys for hours. So I know my wife would appreciate some help. But just have, yeah, really enjoyed it. If anybody else in here or in the chat ever wants to talk more, feel free to shoot me an email at my username at Gmail. Would love to talk about this stuff. Could do it all day. So thanks, guys. I appreciate
A
it.
sterling
Greg.
effort. A
Thanks, Greg.
sterling
Yeah,
effort,
thank you.
Greg.
Thanks for
guys.
coming out of the lurk.
See ya.
Yeah, Kale, your comment, it's funny, and you know, this is commonly known in terms of a certain amount of money. You need a certain sort of level floor for to just sort of have the money thing. And then
Yep.
money on top of that doesn't give the same level of happiness. You know, and the Bible talks about the role of, let's say, Paul in Romans 13. You know, and of course, the government, if we conceive of it that way, you know, killed Peter and Paul. Yet they said things like, well, submit to the government because they're here to keep order. You need a certain level of order in order for life to go on. But then it's also another interesting, we have two Catholics here. So another interesting move in this is that, you know, a few centuries into this Christian experiment, then you have these experiments in deprivation. And if you read something like They Flew, which I know Kale read, these monks are starving themselves and they're doing it voluntarily. And one might argue, well, there's sort of a hierarchy and a competition for those who can deprive themselves more than others. Laura and Sam and I had a conversation about, you know, to what degree was ancient Christianity or even medieval Christianity anti-sex. And so there's some really interesting things going on now with respect to, okay, well, the millennials, I look at my kids and Laura's point, you know, if I had a pile of money and, you know, a sufficient pile to, let's say, really help Jared and his wife get in a house, that would probably produce a baby pretty quick, because I think a lot of people are in little apartments. But then others, I was talking to Raj yesterday and he says, we started our life in a little apartment and, you know, I turned out okay. So these, you know, many of these questions, and I've often noted too that I've been someone who, by virtue of the kinds of jobs and ministry and vocations myself and my parents have had, I'm often in communities of great deprivation. Zach talked about going to Columbia. And then sometimes I'm in communities of considerable wealth.
Abundance.
And I don't necessarily find health sort of, you know, measurably tracks between those communities. You can go, and it's even just a trope that Hollywood people can't stay married and trust fund kids are insufferable. And so, you know, it's a very strange thing what it means to what the optimal conditions for a human being thriving is.
I might have a bit of a unique perspective here. It's not something I've shared much publicly, but, you know, Paul, you know, I grew up in a fairly insular, fundamentalist, Bible-based home church environment, not completely isolated from the world, but all attempts were made to isolate all but the, you know, I went to public school. That's about it. No television, no radio, no movies, none of that. That's, like I said, I learned to read on the Bible. I would be kind of like the homeschooled kid of the day, although I wasn't homeschooled. And I headed off for college on a Greyhound bus with all my earthly belongings. And so I entered the world as almost like you would an immigrant or something. Where
young Goodman Brown.
Yeah, part of the reason I'm reluctant to tell stories like this is like this is exactly what the millennials and Zoomers do not want to hear. Well, here's how I did it, you know, right? However, all my life I have been basically observing and trying to understand how to thrive in a world that seemed pretty set against making sure that I didn't, right? And so I'm sympathetic to, I know what it's like to be a young, you know, white male, you know, or actually a middle-aged white male, frankly, for that matter, you know, in so many environments, right? You know, hopefully this is improving, but there has been, just a practical cultural jihad against certain people in our society, and I'm sympathetic to that. But I also deeply understand how to try to thrive in an environment where I'm kind of keeping my own counsel, right? And so I'm not sh- I'm not sure how much to extrapolate from my own experience to this conversation, but I'm very sympathetic to it, right? And my story is to find a way to thrive, sort of despite the environment that I was operating in. And the degree to which I have or have not, I suppose, will be for others to decide. But I certainly have paid a very high price for that. And it was a price I was willing to pay. But a lot of this conversation, as I said when I started, I was marinated in all these biblical stories, right? I learned all of it, right? And it's in me somehow, right? And that's one of the reasons why I'm so respectful of these conversations, because I take them very seriously, right? Some of the metaphysical claims and stuff I might get a little itchy, a little allergic around, but basically as a code in order to live by. That's why I like the night reference as well. It's like I was operating on a code without necessarily fully realizing it, right? And it really served me well. And so I actually, in a sense, it's weird for me to want to be speaking up for this guy Jesus, but the stuff he was saying, right? But it is so deeply profound, right? And so anyway, that uh, one of the great things in my later adult life is to kind of circle back, and a lot of the things I just rejected as a young person, I just I flew out of that house like a bat out of hell, and like I was drinking from the fire hydrant, just like everything cultural. I was going to drink it, fully, right? I absorbed it as fast as I could, right? And to be able to circle back now and revisit some of the things that I rejected, at least to see the wisdom that they offered me, right? Maybe that helps contextualize where I'm coming from sometimes in these conversations.
Well, and I mean, Father Eric, I play go to church. I tell people to go to church, and Father Eric says, go to mass, take the Eucharist, go to confession. I don't want to undercut any of those things, but I think, and maybe it's just my deep Protestantism in me, I think churches have to be careful about overselling. And it isn't necessarily the lack of what you have on offer. It's that, I mean, and I think there's something deep in terms of Jesus' mission and the Hebrew prophets that all basically make the point that this world has limitations. And, Judas is a traitor. And Judas and Peter are in some ways sort of, right there on the same level. And Judas, his track goes, and Peter betrays, denies, and he's restored. And so there's a mystery about this, that people with religious solutions, and I think this is part of what's deep in terms of the code of Calvinism, that I often say to Christian Reformed people, we're a really strange breed, because on one hand, we have this doctrinal position that says only God can quicken the heart, yet we spend crazy amounts of money to try to make sure that our children are Christian. I mean, it's a weird contradiction.
Yeah, and I think that, I guess this is, my own bias about two-speedism, Paul, it comes into play here. I fear that we may have over hastily gotten rid of that notion of two-speed Christianity. That notion that there are some amongst us who are sort of called to like really do it, and the rest of us who are called to kind of like bumble through it. And as a family man, like I recognize that I can't be a monk, right? I can't be radical in that particular way, to pray without ceasing, right? And so I have to find certain metaphors with which to heed my Christian call. And so part of my sacrifice as a husband and father is to provide the necessary conditions as best as I can, so that the soil of my family is healthy enough, is reserved enough, is tilled enough that my children can flourish. And maybe one of my kids will go off and become, an all-star. But at least they can become like a backbencher. And that's why I gravitate toward the knight, because it seems to me the knight is a concession to the fact that our destination is not ultimately of this world, right? And so I have to spend a little bit more time in the world to help create the conditions, not just for myself and not just for my wife or my kids, but for my community. And so I just feel it as a kind of recognition, that if something is worth doing, it's worth doing poorly. And I just think that's a nod in the direction, that the sort of the radicalness perhaps of some of the magisterial reformers is admirable for me as a Catholic. I look at, and then in the 20th century, my own church talks about, a re-emphasis upon, the holiness of the laity. It's not just about the priests and the nuns and the monks. It's about the universal call to holiness. But while I accept the universal call to holiness, I also am not scared of hierarchy. And therefore, the universal call to holiness might have the same ultimate destination, but the way I work out my salvation is going to be contingent upon my role. And maybe, I don't know if that, because what always happens, when you start talking about Jesus is, you start saying, well, Jesus turned the other cheek, and he certainly calls us to turn the other cheek. And well, Jesus didn't fight back. Jesus didn't answer Pilate, Rod, what you were sort of referencing earlier, but the peculiarity of Jesus's calling in his earthly mission is not the same exact thing as mine. That doesn't mean that I'm not participating in that some way, but it's not perfect. It's never going to be perfect. And as soon as I get married and I have a child, heck, just not even with the children, as soon as I get married, all of a sudden it's radically not just about me anymore. And maybe that's why Paul suggests, look for, the best path is to not get married. But I understand that that's crazy for most of you. So do it if you have to, right? So I just think that there's an acknowledgement in the Gospels themselves and in the New Testament itself that the whole notion of the imitation of Christ has several pretty big asterisks.
I experienced that in teaching because in your normal interactions, like if you're an adult interacting with other adults in social contexts and like somebody insults you, you can absolutely turn the other cheek. If you're a teacher and you have a student who's insulting you, turning the other cheek is actually not what you should do, right? You have to coerce that kid into being quiet and respecting you, which is very hard for me to do. And this is one of the reasons I kind of felt like I didn't succeed in teaching, because I couldn't get myself to exert that level of coercion on people.
Maybe it's too easy for me to do it, Laura. Maybe that's my own fault. But yeah.
Well, and part of what struck me, of course, Zach's instance, that not only was this friend, so you have sort of the abundance frame of, but Zach's friend was someone who was rich in many of the things that the TLC has been promoting. He not only went to church, he was a pastor. He had a family. He had all of these things, and yet it got to that point. And I just finished watching, Netflix I'm interested in Italian history because I was in Italy last summer, and it has this show, The Leopard.
I was trying to talk my family into watching it last night, Paul. I failed.
Well, and a few spoilers here. The leopard dies at the end.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because his heir, one of his more able sons is an heir who dies, and his daughter, he's estranged from his daughter, and a nephew that was going to be probably his also son-in-law because they married cousins. So I had to look all that up. But it gets to the end of his life and he looks at his life and it was just an important moment because, again, David Brooks often talks about resume virtues and eulogy virtues, which I think is a great way to frame things.
Yeah.
And the leopard, it's also sort of like when Chad reminds us of Downton Abbey. The leopard, that story is set at the turning of a page from, in a sense, the end of old Italy, of the Bourbons, of the end of old Sicily, at the beginning of new Italy, the end of the Bourbons, the end of a certain kind of Catholicism, and as late as the 1860s, they're turning the page into modernity. And it was just poignant in terms, maybe because, I'm about the same age as the guy in the show and he's thinking about it. Then it, provokes me to think about my family and where have I put my values. And, so yeah, it's powerful.
I made it, Cale, in the comments on that live stream that I referenced when I started. I made the comment that, as I understand it anyway, Jesus was predicting.
You have to speak up a little bit, Rod.
Sorry, that Jesus was predicting that at least some would see the return of the kingdom in their own lifetimes, right? That that's a different frame. If you really do. If you're saying that this is all coming, it's happening now, like whatever you're doing, stop doing that, sell everything and get ready. Right. And so, the fact that he was an unmarried, childless Jewish teacher of an ascetic, apocalyptic, separatist, Jewish sect is at least relevant here in terms of what he was teaching. So I completely understand what you're saying. And the point I was making when we were talking about this frame, I was more worried about the frame because I still am very much interested in how you act in the world, right? And part of the reason I referenced my own personal story is that when you're navigating a world where there are threats on all sides and you don't really know who's safe and who isn't, and you're learning a cultural language. I mean, of course, it helped that I was from here and I spoke the language. I'm sure I had many privileges, as they would say. But there were many ways in which I really was making it up as I went. I was DIYing my own way of being in the world, right? And so that particular perspective was to try to evaluate who to trust and who not to trust and what values were informing my decisions and all those things. So I could not have only just said, well, what would Jesus do here, right? And I completely agree with that. But those values were in me and were informing the way I was, encountering the world.
It's to throw another thing in there. The movie Life is Beautiful. Where well, they're in a war. Right. They're not only in a war, they're in a concentration camp, and he's there with his little boy, and he makes this entire elaborate story so that you're going to win a tank, and again, that movie is just so masterful because part of you is dying inside and part of you is laughing and enjoying inside. And then, of course, the father lays down his life. And at the end, the mother survives. And spoiler alert, the little boy is riding on top of an American Sherman liberating tank. And, one of the crazy, Laura, you sort of reframed it early when you said adventure. And so many adventures are also war stories. I mean, Lord of the Rings is a war story, but it's also an adventure. And I think part of what you have to recognize, and maybe it's more difficult for some of us to recognize when we live in, I constantly try to remind my congregation that despite all of the stuff that they see on the screens that is driving them to alarm, we live in a remarkably stable, peaceful, affluent time and place. Many of us. We do.
I know. But see, I'm gonna push back on that, Paul.
Go ahead.
Because that's the kind of stuff that wakes me up in the morning. I've made the joke, nothing keeps me up at night because I fall asleep instantaneously. But like things get me up at 4:30 in the morning. And that is exactly what gets me up in the morning, which is like it all just seems so abundant.
Yeah, I get it.
It's like, And, I think about life is beautiful, and, he's there and he's sort of telling his son this story, and it's mesmerizing, right? It's a counter spell to this sort of hellhole that they're falling into, but like he's with his son. Yeah. And like that's such a powerful thing. And one of the things that I feel so acutely as a father, my daughter's about to go to college, and my kids are, at that point where, dad is kind of funny, but he's kind of annoying too, right? It's like, and it's like, how much am I really with them? Right. To do my job.
But, part of why I speak is because, I grew up with a group of people that if they drove to a Bible study in another area of New Jersey in the 1970s, the police would pull them over to ask why they were in that neighborhood because of the color of their skin. Yeah. I lived in my 20s with people that the Dominican army could come rolling through their town and grab them and dump them off at the Haitian border at the drop of a hat.
Okay. But right now, a quarter of a mile away where my kids are in their room right now, what are they doing?
Yeah.
Right. Like seriously. And I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to diminish material lack. An army coming around and frisking down, a car of kids because they're the wrong color. I'm not trying to belittle any of that sort of stuff, right? But that's what I mean. Like, why I insist on calling it a war is because war, requires a certain kind of attentiveness. Maybe not neuroticism, but an attentiveness, right? War calls you to be intentional, just in terms of how you sort of see things. It's like, as I was thinking earlier, like I remember as a kid one time, this is at school, we were at a playground and we were playing a game. It might have been Foursquare or whatever it is we were doing. And there was this other kid, and he was like picking on one of the smaller kids. And so I like weighed on in and, like, cut it out, bud, cut it out. And then I kind of like turned my head and he keeps doing it. And I turned around, I was like, look, seriously, dude, like stop picking on the little kid. And, and then I try to smile my way out of this thing. And he like turns around with me and he is not smiling. He has now taken all of his energies directed at the little kid and he's coming at me. And I tell you, that smile that I had on my face quickly turns because I know this guy's coming at me with a fist, right? And so, you damn straight, I need to understand the situation real quick, right? Because it might make me feel good to stick up for the little kid, but all of a sudden, am I gonna put my body on the line for this? Well, yeah, sometimes you have to, right? And so, my insistence on the war metaphor is not because I'm a warmonger. Quite the contrary. My insistence on the war metaphor is because we need to understand that despite our material abundance, the war is real and it doesn't care whether you think it's real or not. And that kind of, I don't know, I don't want to get too worked up, but that animates me.
My frame in the business world.
Speak up again, Rod.
My frame in the business world, and sorry for the language for a second here, but you have to understand when someone's fucking with you. As soon as you recognize that, you have to be able to operate in an entirely different mode. The rest of the time, assume they're not. Assume the best of intentions. Default, lead with trust, right? But once you discern that, then yes, you need to shift into another mode. Now, how you act in that mode is still important, right? But recognizing that you're dealing with an adversary is important.
All right,
I haven't heard from Zach for a while. Like, I feel like
Sorry, I felt my friend's memory being called into this a couple times. He's the biggest Lord of the Rings fan I ever met, and he actually spent over a decade of his life in Haiti, and so like both those things were just like sort of called in. I was like, should I share this? Should I not? So I'm gonna share it. His last words to his wife were, "You win." And the war battle, metaphor here of, know your enemy, know when you're being fucked with. that hurts. And I'm called Zach Parsons Projects for a reason. I'm projecting myself into all these situations, and I know that's not what you're implying. You're saying, but I want to be sensitive to people out there who are in adjacent situations. And I'll close on a high note. Actually, his wife, now his widow, was able to speak at his funeral, which is a lot of times, understandably, if it doesn't happen, like everyone understands, right? It's like,
Yeah.
like you're going through hell right now. Like, we understand. And she came up and gave the most incredible eulogy, which was a recounting of the adventure of their life and love story. And that's what it was like. Her framing was adventure, and it wasn't just sunshine and rainbows, and they had their real struggles, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And she even framed this incredible ending as a part of the adventure. And again, he loved Lord of the Rings. Like, there's other place I go. I want to leave it on that, as I want to affirm the frame of adventure over the frame of war, in the context that I at least need to appreciate things in right now. And I will also say that I appreciate a lot of the points that Kale made right there. And I want to affirm that I heard him and took them in. And also the brand is a coffee brand called Black Rifle Coffee Company. And like, they're pro-gun, pro-war. And so I just, the irony of me wearing this, shirt is not lost on me, but it's just
wear
cool
it well,
shirt.
Zach. You wear it well.
It's such a cool shirt.
Yeah.
It was like coffee or die. Like, it's just so ironic. It's just ridiculous. So, all right, Paul, close us out.
All right, closing comments. Laura, you get to go first, and we'll just go around. Closing comments on today's. And then first, let me thank you all for participating. And once I drop the link, you're free to go. And I really appreciate all of you stepping up quickly and volunteering for this conversation. And we've had a remarkable time together. So I really appreciate what everyone's brought to this. So Laura, final thoughts.
I guess my closing comment could be a recommendation. If you haven't yet read That Hideous Strength, read it with a particular focus on what the people in St. Anne's actually do in the book. I was thinking I need to reread it and pay more attention to exactly what it is they're all doing. Because in a sense, it seems like they're not doing much.
Right.
So I want to read that again and think about that. And I think that might be somewhat applicable to the war metaphor, both whether a war metaphor is appropriate and if you are in a war, what do you do about it?
How long has it been since you've read that? Did you say you have read it before?
Yeah, I think I read it about a year ago.
Okay. Fairly recent.
But I should reread it, yeah.
Okay. I like this theme of recommendations, and I'm going to watch the shows. I'm going to read that book from Ethan Hawke. That's great. And my recommendation is the HBO Max series, The Leftovers. It's been out for about a decade now. I know Paul's high on Tom Vanderlinden, who's like Stories of Old. And he has said that may be the greatest show he has ever watched. So if that's not a high enough recommendation from me, maybe Like Stories of Old will get you to watch that. You got to get through the first 5 episodes, but when they find their footing and find their voice, it's about a rapture event and how people cope with those of us who were left over, and it's incredible.
All right, thank you, Zach. Rod.
Some words of encouragement for Gray. First of all, great job coming in first time. Awesome. Did a fantastic job. And I feel for the situation. All of us probably at some point in our lives have been where he is right now. And I understand just the burden of that. It's nice to be, I don't think I've ever been on a call with you, Laura. So it's nice to overlap with you. And I know that Zach, we've done it before, and it's nice to see you again. and I'm so sorry about your friend. I really am. And I swear I thought I had a good topic, but I should have retired. I should have gone out on top. I had a nice little string going. I was
Rod,
winning,
you always rule this. So I mean,
I was winning a lot of them.
a little
And
magnanimity
I might just need to corner PVK and get him to talk about Abraham Kuyper. Like, and maybe that's what I got to do. Like, there's something there, man. There's a lot. That's an interesting subject.
Abraham Kuyper. Oh boy.
Yeah, this is not the time to do it. But anyway, so I admit defeat, and maybe I should have retired before that. But it's been an absolute pleasure. Great to see you again, Cale. By the way, check your inbox. I don't know if you read your inbox, but
what, we're on Twitter or X or email?
I sent you a Twitter DM and
all right, I'll look. Yeah, I got you.
Hey, Rod, that status rocket, Cale's hard to get in touch with now.
Oh,
Yeah.
please.
The status rocket.
Yeah,
is
Cale,
just
do you actually get like a ton of email and
Yeah,
every day? Yeah.
I get a lot. Yeah.
All right. Cale, final thoughts?
All the bodies are buried in the mid-century. I love what you're doing, Paul. I think your spelunking is I think generative and illuminative. And I would recommend, if we're going to do the recommendation thing, Laura, I just finished teaching That Hideous Strength. Of course, it's big in the brain, but a short sermon that was preached at St. Mary's in Oxford by C.S. Lewis just prior to England's entrance into the Second World War, called Learning in Wartime. And it's short-ish, 10 pages maybe, and it is a cri de coeur, a cry for reading old books, especially in wartime. And of course the joke, the conceit is that we're always in wartime. So,
all right. Well, there are a lot of people that want in on this conversation. So here they all come.
Oh, here we go. So unkempt, Sam. So unkempt. Sartorial. Oh my gosh, Christian.
Hey, he's been growing it out lately. I can tell.
Yeah.
All right.
Look at that lettuce.
Yeah, and
Just
some are
flexing
trying to,
on the rest of us.
and StreamYard is saying some people are trying to get in and they can't. Why don't you give us more money? Now there's only so many. There's only so many that you
Monthlies,
can see.
yeah.
So okay, in order, Christian Baxter, what say you?
Were y'all talking about the Jordan Hall tweet or Jordan?
Yeah.
Jordan Peter? Okay, yeah.
Jordan Hall tweet.
I wasn't 100% because I got in probably like 45 minutes ago or so, so didn't want to go all the way back. But yeah, I mean, the question, it seemed like people were talking about his reference to be like the fifth generation warfare. Are we in war? Is that, and it's just, I don't know what the original question was that was put forth. So maybe I'll ask that and then come back around and try to get in a thought. But that was kind of, I had some thoughts, but I wanted to get what the original.
We read the tweet, and Gray he also the war, but also the local. I mean, that's the thing. That's why I wanted to get us off. That's one aspect of the tweet, but it was also, I mean, his way to fight the war is specific.
Yep. To go, yeah, and that's been, I've had him on the podcast 3 times, and we've hit that very about the hyper locality, because I'm in a town about the size of the one he landed in, and the I'll kind of go into the personal, which I do a lot, but because I'm not as well read as many people here, so that's like I'm drawing more from that well, and the thing about that is, when I was fired and I asked to go, me and my wife asked to, about 6 months later, to go back to our church. One of the elders said, we had a meeting, and one of the elders said, since you've decided to stay.
Wow.
It wasn't a choice. Like, I think when you're that embarrassed and that ashamed in a town of 10,000 for being fired for infidelity in a town you grew up in at a large local church,
the temptation is to leave because it's incredibly ashamed and embarrassing. Like I didn't want to go to any restaurant. I didn't want to go shopping. I didn't want to see anybody for probably like a year or two. But it was kind of an obtuse question because both of our support systems were in our local town, both of our families. When all of my resume was built on being a worship leader, and that is no longer a viable option because of the choices that I made, still when we decided to remain married, I had to ask the question, where do I go try to get some random job states away just to hide? Because that was what I think he was implying. Since you've decided to stick around here, I had no choice because our only support for a family of 3 trying to rebuild our life was family, and deep family that had deep roots in this community. Both of our parents were from here and built life here and had reputation here and had network here and had all these things. And so, but the modern sensibility, and this is to Jordan's point, is you should just be able to go and pick up and go somewhere and reestablish life and be better. That makes absolutely no sense. John Here's just released a podcast from a random guy that lives in Korea, and South Korea, and I don't know. I haven't listened to but like 15 minutes of it, but the title is something like maybe nepotism should be the thing. And I kind of, what I'm trying to describe is a type of, we were able to survive because of family and remain intact and rebuild a life of stability because of, but not only family, specifically Christian family. And when this whole question of go to church, this oversimplification of that, Paul, that you mentioned early towards the later part of it, I don't want to oversell church. Church, yes. Family ethos grounded in church, but we needed 3 meals or 4 meals a night at our parents' house to survive. And church can't exactly do that. And to Gray's point about where he should go, they have some kind of like where they're at, some questions that they're asking related to losing his job. And like this idea of like, I want to go deep, and I could hear the evangelical ease coming off of his tongue, life together and this community and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, I don't know where and his wife has a good job, sounds like, but he has these other values that he's trying to figure out the stack, and these questions that Jordan's poking at about locality. Jordan has, he made some significant wealth. He talks about how it's not the same and all that kind of stuff where that is now. However, I've made the point that to go do life in a city, apart from this idea that we're sold that you can just do anything anywhere as long as you have the material resource, that costs about $350,000 a year now. If you really want to, the elites go to cities and they create small towns inside those cities and they subsidize it with a lot of money. So like he's asking that question and I'm asking the question back to it. I hope that I can have a conversation. I reached out to him on Twitter just a second ago. But the question being, rebuilding your life. A buddy of mine moved back to our small town that he was raised in, and he moved back because his grandfather had raised a family of 5 or 6, and he lives in like Springfield, Missouri, and all of his kids moved away and lived the American dream in engineers and white collar professionals, and he's alone. And he looked at his grandfather and he said, I don't want that life, and I don't want that life for my parents. I'm going to go move back home. So those are some of the questions that the kind of post-war consensus American dream of you can go be whoever you want to be, and some of the material wealth that has faded for the next generations. Like there is something to the clickbaity type of nepotism, and I think his point is not just like a rich person allows a rich person to get another job, but like I think something more along the lines of family and community. And I'll stop there. I went long, but I appreciate you guys.
Any response to Christian?
Yeah, I just really quick say that one of the things that soured me to sort of conservative ink was when, you know, the big sort of voices were just sort of blithely saying, you know, these people in Washington, D.C. and whatnot, just like, oh, like if you can't get a job, just move. And it was just this complete ignorance and ignorance of the need for locality as part of human flourishing. So I love the fact that you said, screw it, I'm staying. So
I love it. Anything that's an antidote to the thinky talky.
Can't hear you, Rod. Speak into that mic.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Anything that's an antidote to the thinky talky. So thanks for bringing it, Christian.
Yeah. And you know, it's again, Paul Renee's, he's looking for there's these interesting trade-offs with the village. I mean, Paul Renee talks about the fact that villages are being torn apart and just absorbed by cities, and that's true.
Yeah.
But you and your wife, to one degree or another, had parents that could be relied upon. And I'll tell you, if you go back and watch through Phil Nicholson, when he found the corner, he watched through every Rando's conversation that I had done by that. There were hundreds by that point. But if you go through those conversations, what you will hear is divorce, 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 divorce. And so often people in their, it's almost a, you know, so often people, when they marry, what is one of the things beneath the waterline that they're trying to do? They're trying to fix their parents' marriage in their marriage. And they're, you know, this domicide, we're looking for home, you know, Hebrews 11. So yeah, all those are there. And so the irony is that I'm sure at a point, Christian, you would have loved to have fled. You would have, and many people do. Many people do. But you also knew, what was that going to cost your children who you loved? What was that going to cost your wife who you loved? Was it going to cost your family who you loved? And so you stayed in the pressure cooker, and that pressure cooker then became a space in which, you know, healing could take place and restoration could happen. So but there are other times people stay in the pressure cooker and it destroys them.
Yeah.
So, no, true. All right, Sam.
Christian, you're a great talker. I love listening to you talk.
Thanks,
you
man.
have that sort of Southern storytelling skill. That's nice.
That Wendell Berry point somebody also put in there too. You
know? And yes, I would say I am flexing my hair. It's turning gray, but it's not falling out. And so,
impressive.
You know,
impressive.
Great, thanks, Sam.
Stetson
way to rub it in.
I mean, Stetson over there. Look at that. You know, he's got like, you know, a
serious
Viking,
lettuce.
You know, yeah. Anyway, so, but I could not compete with many of the men here in chin hair. So
me either.
I can't even do that well, frankly. This is the best I can do.
I've been thinking about how do you tell a friend from an enemy, and that's been something that I've been thinking about recently. There are all in a couple different areas of my life, and like what Rod was saying, when an enemy comes, or when someone's coming to mess with you, I think Rod might have used more colorful language than that. You know, you change your approach and you be on your guard and you interact differently. Okay, but what if the enemy thinks that they're being nice and doesn't think that they're your enemy, and they're so convinced of their own niceness that they think that they don't even think that they're messing with you? All right,
you want what's best for you.
Many such cases.
Many,
Remember,
that
especially
is
in churches.
Especially in churches. I'm not going to spill beans on who precisely I'm talking about, but you all can fill in blanks in your mind what I might be suggesting. But there are also, I'm on the school board. There's also a lot of situations that are like that in schools.
Schools too. Oh yeah.
Schools. Oh my goodness, it's full of people who think that they're doing the right thing.
Any kind of committees of all types.
Committees writ large are. There might be some.
Any do-gooding community.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The economy of Africa.
The economy. Except any committees led by PVK that are restructuring denominational publications. Those, I'm sure, are good committees. I look forward to Paul getting his call from Trump to be in charge of the dissolution of NPR. That would be, I think that he has demonstrated his suitability for such a project. I mean, it's basically the same thing, right? It's the banner is NPR, PBS, mainstream media, right? It's microcosm, macrocosm. That's what we always tell you, Paul. We like listening to you because you have a ton of your story, your battles, and your denomination are peculiar and unique, but also resonant with lots of other things.
I actually have some insights on that question. If you want to engage on that a little bit,
Rod, go for it.
The 2 or 3% of the population that are actually, well, I'll stick with your frame, messing with you deliberately on purpose, some Machiavellian, scheme, or they're just assholes. It's probably more than 3% of those. The comment I made was actually more for the people you're talking about, actually, because they're way more plentiful, right? You will encounter them almost everywhere you go, and so. I'm glad you brought that up, because that is a nuance that I had skipped over. That's actually really important. And that, basically requires you to be dealing with people who are self-aware enough to know what their actual motivations are, and they often aren't. So the way I tend to approach that kind of situation is I try to essentially discern what I think their motivations are, even if they don't know what they are, right?
Yeah.
And then basically operate with that in mind.
But then you can get a little paranoid, a little delusional. That's a temptation with going too far in that direction, is that you can misattribute malevolence to them in a way that is hypersensitive, not fair, those sorts of things. If you go too far in that direction and all these people think they're nice, but secretly they're really out to get me, and I know the truth, right? You can get that too far in that direction is paranoia.
Totally agree. What I would say is that I don't assume malevolence. In other words, they may be messing with me and whatever it is that I care about, but that doesn't mean necessarily that if I were them, I wouldn't be doing the same thing, right? So in other words, I don't attribute malevolence. I just try to understand where they're coming from, even if it is completely contrary to whatever it is that I care about or whatever I'm trying to accomplish, right? So I don't need to attribute evil or bad intentions to them. I can just say, this person's clearly trying to undermine or trying to manipulate or trying to, they're doing something. They're playing some game, right? And why are they doing that? And if I can put myself in their shoes and try to understand where they're coming from, and as I said, perhaps imagine the possibility that if I were them, I would do the same thing, right? Then so it's more navigating. It's more, right? It's more just trying to, and because if someone is actually out to get you, try to avoid them if you can. Basically, that's my position. Unless if you're forced to defend yourself or something or someone you care about, well, then you're going to have to. But if you don't have to, try to avoid them.
Can I just interrupt with a quick comment on localism, which is that my neighbor texted me to say she wants to borrow an onion. So I'm going to go get her an onion. Bye, everybody.
I don't think she'll give it back, Laura. You're not going to get that onion back.
We're losing the one woman.
Faithful are the wounds of a friend. And
Laura,
part of recognizing that in this culture of niceness, that there is actual evil in the world. Like that's a little bit of the that Hitler is not the only level of evil. To take it back to the post-war, like that there is real, and that's a hard thing. Our culture has kind of wanted to, this word nice. We've wanted to sanitize, like, I think it is proper to approach every situation with that there is like a, good intent, with that there is good intent, but sometimes the only way to see that is pattern of behavior over the course of time is something that sometimes the only way you can recognize ill intent.
All right, Sam, was that the bulk of your point, or were those ancillary comments leading up to something?
Oh, I don't know.
You asked for this running student for this school committee. I mean,
Yeah, but part of it is that I joined the school board because I knew that there were battles that needed to be fought, and that's part of it, and that it's the local thing. But what Christian Baxter said was like that there are elite towns and elite cities. Like Kale's been to my basement. He knows where I live. I live in one of those towns in one of the elite cities where everything is fine. Like my kids, like my daughter, oldest daughter is a rising second grader. Everyone in her class comes from an intact household. Every single kid in the class has 2 married parents, and I think are almost always their biological parents. And that divorce is rare. I know some marriages that are, testing it at the moment. We'll see. And, parents of second graders are young, and so there's still time for stuff to happen. But I mean, it really is the 1950s. There are a huge number of the households have single incomes, right? Like a weird thing is the higher you get on the income distribution, the more likely you are to find single income households.
Yes. Which is what I'm kind of pointing at in, elite spaces. When you go into those cities, like it takes a lot of money to recreate that 1950s thing, to subsidize the family with childcare, to subsidize, the right school, the right T-ball league, the right X, Y, and Z. And then to be in those places. And it's a funny thing because those same people that are with intact marriages and intact houses look out, and a lot of those people have antithetical value, like their politics.
There's luxury beliefs. Luxury beliefs abound.
Yes.
Walking a different walk than the talk that you talk abounds.
Yeah.
And it's
a great point, Christian. That's a very astute.
All right. I was worrying that Sam must have had a fight with his wife because he looked all
He looks cool.
I'm feeling a little under the weather today. That's
okay. I knew something was wrong. All right, Michael Sartori.
Well, wow. There's so much stuff that happened. I guess I thought I wanted to talk about the whole war framing thing a little bit. Because it's like, yes, that is sort of present in the Bible to an extent, but where we sit in it. You think about like, what is this evangelion, this good news that's being shared, is the news of a decisive victory in a war. And it doesn't mean that there is not a lot more stuff that's going to happen, but it's not a war that so much as like now it's a transition moment. And I think so it's yes, it is a militant mindset in some ways. There is a sacrificial aspect of it, and I think that on the one hand, you might be called to move around or whatever, like there is those elements of sacrifice. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that like, the way that we now do the whole like move around thing and live as like isolated individuals or isolated nuclear families doesn't have a lot of problems with it. But there is the possibility in the kingdom of God and in the church that it should be that those things that we give up can be replaced. Part of that is that we need to be responsible for caring for others. So, I say like in my between my wife and I, we've always had the conviction to a certain extent that like, we had to change compared to before we had kids. We're both working for a church full time anymore and making virtually no money. Like we had to change some of that, but we were like, well, it's still important that we have to be involved in some way because our kids need to see us making these sacrifices. And it's actually like, that's even what John Vervaeke talks about with those credibility enhancing displays. And so in that sense, it's like, okay, who's the family that doesn't have an extended family nearby? Can we help them with childcare? Can we help them with meals? Can we take some of these youth and have them come over our house or hang out with them and stuff like that and try to be present. And the thing is that it is a foolishness in a way. Like that's, from our kids' perspective, it's like a kid observing their parents do this. It's like, it doesn't make sense. Like why, like mom and dad are always talking about how we can't go out to eat because money's tight, but then like we're inviting these other people over and we're buying pizza or whatever for them, like we're like it, and it's like it's this thing where it doesn't make sense, but that gives them the opportunity to like probe into it and deal with it. And I think the interesting thing that's happening now, maybe like on a more cultural level, is that we've just a lot of maybe the church hasn't realized how much of like the population in the middle is switching from the kind of intact extended network that could just have church as like a Sunday morning luxury, and is actually like moving into a place more like what you get in a lot of the poor churches. Because most you go to the poorest church or whatever, the poorest neighborhood in your city, there's going to be so much love. It's not going to be a depressing place to be. And despite the fact that the people have the least, they give the most. And the disconnect is that like some of the people haven't realized that they're in that place of need. They don't know where to go. Some of the churches don't realize that they need to start meeting some of those needs because just of how things have changed. But we have a lot of resources and tools at our disposal for figuring this stuff out. So,
all right,
I'm optimistic.
Any responses to Michael? What you say about the poor churches is true, and Jesus points to that people, and I've seen that with homeless people, that some of the most generous people I know are homeless people. It's ironic. And I remember, one guy who I knew quite well, he always had problems with his ATM card because he'd keep giving his ATM card, and I'm not giving too much away, but his PIN was 1, 2, 3, 4. And then he'd say, Pastor Paul, I don't have any money in my account. I said, well, did you give your card to someone? Well, yeah. And yet at the same time, they were at war sometimes. I mean, they're really interesting trade-offs when you look at poverty, and it's a fascinating thing. So good point.
I think one of the things related to what the larger conversation has to do with the question between this localism and then like elite institutions, and those kind of conversations have been happening, and like the power of that local stability or the love that's felt in that poor church or something like that in that community. And then what do you do with these institutions that how are they built? Like how are they? It's not just that they exist and they are elite. That doesn't just go across time with like, what were they built on? Were they built on really strong, church institutions and civic institutions that were built on these families, like this kind of subsidiary that I think that, my father told me this story not too long ago. My grandfather ran a manganese mine in a small town in Northeast Arkansas, and then he sold it after the war. And there were people whose jobs were tied to that. In his little town of a couple of hundred people. And my dad told me that my grandfather kept paying the salary of 2 guys till they died. And those, one of them maybe was a town drunk, and the other one was, and they might show up to church like, and then they would shop every Sunday, or they would take a sack of groceries to somebody's house every Sunday. He was telling me this story a few weeks ago. Yeah. And I was like, and he had 1,000 acres and he farmed it, and he worked hard to do. After that war, it wasn't just a glorious life, but that kind of world, what is that world? It's not just if you have the bits and the people and you can put people in these places and then it just works because you got the right social systems in place. I don't know, and someone talked about the village breakdown, and I, just see that even in a little town, watching that school where that I ended up growing up in, at a school of 300 people, as a county school. It got absorbed through legislation 20 years ago. And the identity of that town and that town's ability to kind of like coalesce around a basketball game and a few churches to support a little community, a little village is gone. And you know, all but gone. I can kind of watch. And I just think those things like that are built up all the way to the cities. They're built up all the way to the cities. And you know, Tim Keller's city to city mission in the Young Restless Reform movement, you know, I would go to these conferences that were kind of attached to that movement. And if I couldn't say that I was from a city, I wasn't worthy of conversation. Yeah. And so it's just a really interesting, you know, yet like the guys on stage that were platformed, I was doing events that they were doing after them. But I wasn't from a city, so I didn't have this other thing because, and Keller, you know, these are just interesting things. And I don't know what to do with all of them, but there's questions there.
Just to quickly insert here, because I want to live in that town, Christian, like that beautiful prehistoric village where everyone supports each other, looks out for each other, loves each other. But I remember, since Laura, she's gone now, but I remember her, you know, I guess it's buried deep in the archives in the members only section, but I remember when she first came on and talked about her experience of being in a relatively cloistered community and all the ways that can go terribly wrong. So for many people, being free, and I probably count myself as one of them, to be able to shake myself free of an environment like that and chart my own course was, you know, the gift of a lifetime. I can't imagine living 150 years ago. They either kicked me out of town or elected me mayor just to keep an eye on me or something. Like I would not have been able to be like me in a small town in the middle of the 19th century.
Yeah. All right, that's it. Oh, go ahead.
When was Harvard at its best? I would think everyone would agree not right now. And why not? You know, when was it? When it was a little bit more nepotistic, I bet it was a little bit better. When the people who go to it have a sense of multi-generational ownership over it, which is how the only way that you can enable that is with nepotism, then they take care of it better. But if the people who are there don't feel any sense of intergenerational ownership.
No, it's just then it's you're trying, then it goes in, it falls into the level of ideology, right?
Or personal extraction. Yeah.
All right. Stetson.
Yeah. So I was thinking about this idealized primitive village. You know, I think the reason you want to go there is because, you know, that's where, you know, good Christians are headed, is the garden city, where there's, you know, there's the natural that we're all in tune with, but we have the religio, we're connected to one another. So, you know, you get the goods of the city without the perversity of the city. You know, I mean, Jesus was hyper local, but his church was distinctly not. So there's this tension of now and not yet, hyper locality and spread outness. There's also this idea that like we struggle against spiritual powers and principalities, right? But so there is a war. You know, oftentimes I've looked at what's the goings on in the world and been like, who is coordinating this? Because I can't, and then I have to remind, I'm like, I know who's coordinating this. And he, you know, the prince of or the former prince of this world, depending on your theology, has a lot of thugs, and they're all named human beings because the human condition is, you know, can't really escape its self-interest. The realpolitik of it all means that, you know, we have this struggle, this tension between striving, obedience, and sacrifice. Right? God, you know, desires obedience more than sacrifice, but still, and war is the sacrifice, right? So it seems to me that if everyone is slacking on their obedience, you know, a lot of times we end up at the altar when you found yourself in disobedience. And so when human nature rejects God, as it is prone to do, right? That's the whole point of the story. it's going to find itself, up the mountain with its own child on the altar. And I think we're all praying for the angel of the Lord to stay our hand, as it seems like these wars approach us. But these wars are here. I've said for I think 5 years that the World War III is already here and it's online, because thinky talkie is a weapon. I am a casualty of thinky talkie. I've had to struggle with a lot of doubt because of the onslaught against belief that the post 9/11 consensus brought into this world. And now that's part of the journey. But I was reading Hosea the other day, and Hosea is tasked with marrying this prostitute and naming his children terrible prophetic names. And that's sort of ghastly and awful. And I realized, and it's because in the firstborn has to be named after an old judge named Jehu that did the right thing once by slaughtering the right guys, and then kept going to the point that it was unrighteous. Again, depending on your theology. But I wondered, like, why is God asking man to do this? And I realized, well, you have to live. God wants lovers, and he wants people to relate to, and you have to live the prophecy that you bring for the Lord. And so he was made to feel what the Lord feels about Israel. And so I wonder, what is the Lord giving us in our local context that's meant to fractally participate with what the rest of the church is doing, the rest of the body of Christ in the world. And I think some of us are called to be the lines, the big lines that connect the fractals in large ways, and some of us are called to be the dots that make up the center points in all of those fractals in the kingdom of God. I don't know if that's too woo for some of you guys, but as a worship leader who got divorced and ran away from the shame somewhat, I feel you, Christian. I understand. I've also stuck around. It's a weird thing, I I only half ran away, and the second, I thought maybe God was calling me back, I tried to show up, but the OCD it complicated that whole process. So it took a while, but here we are.
Let's talk sometime.
Yeah.
Any comments on Stetson's comment? All right, Yosef.
So this, not that I didn't have comments on some of the others, I was just waiting my turn because I've just been listening and not wanting to jump the gun here. So I mean, a lot of what's going on here is to Stetson's point, there's this like idealized primitive village. There's this kind of very reductive vision of what war means. I would say also with this in the movie, the beautiful Life is Beautiful. Sorry. Also like a very reductive and almost camp view of the Holocaust. And to me, there's just, I mean, this is what I was getting at in my comments, but I want to bring it together a little more, because there was never such an idealized village, right? Like it never existed, especially thinking about, when you think about, okay, let's go back 100 years or even earlier. And from a Jewish perspective, like we were never part of those villages. We created our own. We were always like at the edge and the fringe of like the medieval Christian towns and feudalism and all those things. And also 150 years ago in early modernity. And we always had to set up our own communities within the community. And it was never fully isolated. You could never do that. And on top of that, because what happens in war is communities and people get displaced. I mean, that's the major thing that happens in most wars. My family has not ever really been in the same, locale for more than 3 generations in any time that I've been able to document. Right? I do genealogy like you do, Paul, and there's always war or persecution or something, famine, right? And they've always had to move and intergenerationally break up families. So we're in a perpetual state of exile. And when we talk about, we want to frame this as war, like, I don't know if people really understand, like, what, one, I don't really think it's war. I think it's overly reductive. And 2, like, we're really thinking about, like, what war entails. Like, there's a real tension here in this conversation because it doesn't want to accept that war means a lot of the stuff that we are all trying to oppose here. And if we go like way back to some of my early conversations in TLC, one of the things that disturbed me the most, I think, is I thought I knew what Christianity was, and I was exposed to all of you guys. We talked about things. One of the things I had the hardest time with was what I call the Enochic package, because I put it more in Enoch pre-Christian, but this framing of it's really also Zoroastrian, right? The whole world is a battle of good and evil, and that's like we're going to frame everything as war. And not only is it war, it's going to be apocalyptic, war, and it's the only solution is the Messiah, and like we're going to put the stakes so high. And like to Grimm's point, even though I know like in the comment there, Grimm, I was like disagreeing with you a little bit. At the same time, I get your point that like you want to use the term war to show people how high the stakes are, because if they don't, they may not understand that. But at the same time, like when you think realistically what the stakes of a war, like it raises the temperature of the room so high that we can't be those fractal connectors, because our communities can't work together. We can't have the things because you're going to switch into a zero-sum mode when you're in a war. Most people, not everybody, and maybe one could say there's a Christian ideal to not switch into zero-sum mode and to turn the other cheek and all of those things. I think most people, when you raise the heat in the room so high, they're going to use kind of apocalyptic war metaphors, and this is the end of the world. And this is what I'm seeing in Israel. This is what serves me so much in that conflict, is that you get apocalyptic messianism, and you get people who will say, well, now, the ends justify the means, and it doesn't matter like what the cost is, because everything is at risk. I don't have enough. I have to risk everything, and that means, 18, going in, people are in the reserves and fighting on the front lines for 18 months in real war zones, because they feel that their families' lives are at existential risk, right? And like that is, and like forget all the other stuff that comes with that, trauma and mental illness and all the things that living in a high elevated war state does to people, which I'm seeing now, right? And it's like an awful thing, but I also think it prevents a lot of the dialogos from happening. I don't think it's a healthy mode to work in, and I don't think it's as constructive. And to David B's point in the comment that was pulled up earlier, if everything goes into that war mode, into this Nicaea, right, mode, then we ignore the fact that there is another way to solve conflict. There's something called, healthy conflict and an argumentation where you aren't in that mode where everything has to be, zero sum, and there's only, my survival or your survival. So I wish Kale was here because I wanted to engage on that, but there's other people here I know who are talking about that. So Sartori and others, and I think it touches. It's also to Zach's point. I wish he was here too, because that comment he was telling his friend's story was so powerful. When that guy in the door said to his ex, like, you win, like that was like that kind of highlights, I think, to me, that really this point in a narrative sense. Like that wasn't, if the point was winning, then we've completely lost what we're doing here.
Responses to Yosef.
I mean, I certainly think that any Christian should be wary of, apocalyptic messianic spirits, because I mean that's sort of the spirit that had taken Judas and distracted him from the mission. I mean, I know that there's Jews in the chat, so just to say from the Christian perspective, it's like if you get caught up in the eschaton, caught up in the if you get caught up in obsessing about the eschaton and the particular physical manifestations of it, you might just find yourself like Pontius Pilate, in the way that Ron didn't want to be, which is like, hey, I don't want to accidentally be condemning the wrong man here, and so if you're going to take even a symbolic thing from Christ's ministry, is that the point is transcendent, and if you can remember that, you're in line to actually be able to receive the truth from the Most High.
It's interesting, Yosef, that when you talked, you looked back to the medieval context of a European medieval context, but it seems that every civilizational religion has at some point some kind of idealized golden age, whether it's the Davidic Solomonic kingdom, And there's always, and so of course to say the really dangerous word of Zionism, which in some ways is about, I caught a video the other day where basically someone was saying, yeah, Sam Harris is now a Zionist because of, I mean, it's these tensions are, they just scale. Just about every culture is going to have one. It might be the village, it might be the kingdom, it might be something or other, but almost every utopian and non-utopian vision just has to have an ideal. It just pulls at us, it seems.
So I'm going to push back a little there. If we've been doing Kings in David, he's here, in David Bastille's Bible study, right, on Jacob's channel and David's channel. And last week, right, we were in the building of the temple, and how it's very clear the Bible is critiquing Solomon and comparing him to Pharaoh when he's building the temple. And I really don't think that was held. I mean, it was held up as a high point, but it was never the ideal. They saw that there was problems with it. Like, clearly, both the authors of Kings and Chronicles saw there's problems with it. They have different takes on the problem. But I don't really see it held up as an ideal in the same way that some of these other things are being held up. Because I don't think anyone's trying to recreate that, right? I don't. And we can say Zionism might have an ideal, but it's not an ideal in the past insofar as there's never been what they're seeking. We can talk about whether it's good or bad, but they're seeking.
But you can't critique an ideal unless you have an ideal. You can't critique an earthly ideal or a literary ideal unless you have an ideal to show how it's falling short.
Maybe.
Otherwise, you have no critique.
I think
you need a ruler.
I think you can have what's it called? A skeptical position that can poke holes in lots of things, but doesn't have a better solution, right?
But
that is
that's all of us.
Right.
But just to notice the gap means we notice the gap. Sandy, you wanted to get in on this? You've been raising your hand. I don't know, or maybe not.
Well, it's not my. Yeah, I didn't want to comment from my turn yet. I was nodding a lot to what Joseph said because, talking within community about community within community, and that respect. Even before, I was thinking part of the problem is a war is about a line in the sand, a boundary, a something, and now the last few comments to him have kind of, in my mind at least, taken it and kind of done that kind of rotation back to some kind of idea or ideology instead of just the line in the sand. And so is your community within a community at that point about an idea, the ideal you're pointing to, as in you can't have a whatever you just said unless you have an ideal? If I think of all the way through some of the earlier talk, it was about family, divorce, suicide, failures, whether you stick it out and stay somewhere, whether you escape and leave. At one point, I dropped into the comments this thing about choice and freedom being a weird thing when we tried to discuss those two words together. And that might be leaning more into kind of my own area, but I'm hearing elements of all of those things in what Joseph said. And I want to know, are we reacting or responding to what he said, or are we again in an avoidance thing of taking it into some kind of theological or ideological, talky thing, or are we actually hearing what he was pointing at, which was all the stuff up to, that his reaction, his responses, correct me if I'm way off from Joseph, the thing about the Zionism, that only came in because of the term war at the end, as in this and this and this and this. Oh, and also we actually are dealing with a real, actual feet on the ground war right now. And within everything he said, we have to take that into account. And I've said similar to a few people recently online and in just conversations of how hard it is to take all of the stuff of life and the kinds of things that we're touching on here, all the difficulties, all those things that am I gonna plant my feet and stand here? What are my resources and supports if I stand here? Joseph's talking about community, my mind immediately flashes back to Chino. I needed to escape Friday night because of some of my own story stuff. And what did I do? I got Jacob stole me away to the Seder dinner that they went to with the Chabad rabbi. And gosh, I mean, it was probably only 5 or 6 kids, but I'm picturing like 25 kids all rolling around like puppies on the floor. Where do you find your comfort? What is your community? I don't have people. I look at something like that, a Jewish community within a community within a community, you know, and that's what it reminds me of, is that place where there is just this abundance of life happening. And this, what so many of us would call chaos, and what so many of my friends would try to correct, and what would have absolutely have been smacked down in most of my family dinners or a number of church dinners I've been to if the kids get like that. But it was joy to the parents and joy to the grandparents and joy to the like.
All right, I'm gonna close the stream at the top of the hour.
Is, I'm sorry, Joseph is touching those places. Sorry?
I said, I got 3 people to get through to the top of the hour, and one of them's you. So.
I don't have an hour on my. You're large screened. I'll shut up.
So, hi, Paul. Thanks for hosting this today. I'm just thinking of C.S. Lewis and Learning During Wartime, which I would encourage everyone to read if you haven't. It's in the public domain. It probably takes 20 to 40 minutes, and he's addressing people who are studying during a real active war. And one of the things he says is that, in a sense, the Christian is always at war, but that our goal isn't to be panicked or to be constantly consumed by these things, but to keep our focus on Christ. And maybe it's a little self-indulgent, but I've had this image in my mind recently of a church I went to about a month ago. It's, as far as I know, the only pre-Vatican II Catholic church I've been in the U.S., even though it currently houses the Redeemer branch of City to City in Detroit. And you stand in the middle of it, and there's a marking on the floor. And the marking is also the distance where the from the floor to the ceiling is the greatest. And you look around there, and you just are so overwhelmed by what is brought into your eye at that point of focus. And I think of the people who made that. I could tell you the architect or the people who donated. And I think of that in contrast to like the Frank Lloyd Wright house that was in the Bear, which is both highly personal, but it's also completely cut out of any historical context. And I guess my thought is I want to keep my focus, I guess, towards the heavens. I think of Psalm, I believe 21, I mean, lift your eyes. And I think of that. And I guess, are we in a war? The short answer is I don't know. I mean, since we're always in war, but I guess my thought is, if we're in a war, my Savior will either draft me or keep me on the sideline. And I don't think I'll ultimately have too much to say about it. But I guess if the war directive is to find someone to love and to have children and to raise them in the way, I think that's actually a pretty good directive. And hopefully Chad doesn't find me calling him out too embarrassing, but I like that he changed his name. I think that's a very hopeful thought.
Right.
And I'll get out of here with that.
All right. Thanks, Sam. Sandy, now I didn't know if you wanted to Yosef's point or you had another main point you wanted to make. I didn't really want to cut you off, but I want you to get your point in.
Apologies. I wrote myself a small series of notes that basically just said, somebody mentioned, how do we help those who don't have family nearby? I look at that as incredibly important. How do we frame the ask? Like those of us who might need help, and do we ask? PTSD triggers, going for coffee and rocking chair. And the fact that I'm spending my day sorting clothes that need to go away. And then the final point I wrote down that is my reactions to the conversation today was steps that seem impotent. Will they really bring any change? And I'm asking myself all these questions, but I'll toss it out there as well.
Can you refine the question for us a little bit more?
Which one, or just the general?
The general.
There was a theme there. The general would probably be my middle to the sense of when something in life hits you as hard as the darn, I'm going to say post or preach. It's not that, the thing where they, at the beginning of the Estuary, that thing that makes you pick one of them. When something hits and people relate to that, how do we frame the ask? How do we even dare to ask? I don't always. And in the course of that, that place of either stick it out or escape is the way we handle that, impotent. Or for me, example, am I going to actually see any change? I've lived in this place 7 years and I don't see an improvement, even though I've taken gobs of things away. I really don't see that there's anywhere better than 7 years ago when I went through my divorce and said, I'm only going to take 10% of anything I want to take because I will not have the ability to have more than that.
Sandy, if we were on the House of Woo right now, I can hear Ron Copperman. I know what he would do. He'd pray for you.
Ron,
I'm not qualified. I'm not qualified.
I can't help wanting to fix things, Ron.
Yeah.
But see there again, yes, you're absolutely right. And to that point, that is a generosity of heart, but it isn't necessarily the answer to the need. And I think some of what Christian and a couple of other people earlier on got at in how we jumped into the place where you guys were all talking about this, what is this war we're in? Because if I don't come out of this stronger and having that sense of not simply going through an impotent cycle, then what was the point? I might as well leave the pile of junk over there. Sorry, Yosef.
So I mean, it's not a lot of time, and I just might point to something, which is this is really similar to a conversation we were having in BOM 2 days ago, I think, in the Catholicism channel, where someone was asking about what infrastructure do your churches or whatever have for arranging play dates, and because it was it was a big issue, they needed someone just for their kids. They don't have a lot of connections in their church, and like for us, like we were suggesting like practical solutions for this. I think that's what you're looking for to some degree. Like I was saying, like we use technology for this. We have WhatsApp groups like in our community, and if there's things like channels for like if you need a meal, if you're in the hospital, if you need errands run for you, right? There's a lot of like very practical kind of stuff on like, and once that's set up and you see people using it, you feel more comfortable making those asks. I think that's the other part of your question, right? Is how do you feel comfortable putting yourself on other people? And in communities that, let's say, are not the example earlier, where people are like super poor and they need, they're always banding together. There's still ways to create that culture to some degree, because there is still need. I mean, we can say like, okay, our community isn't the poorest in the city, but like that doesn't mean that there aren't individuals who are hurting or aren't overwhelmed or dealing with health problems or all those different things. And I think that this is where, like, to me, technology really does have a solution, and it does help us like kind of coordinate, but not just coordinate, right? It creates a comfort because just gives you an awareness of all the other need in your community. And I don't know if TLC can do that in a sense because it's not geographically co-located, right? Like we're not in the same place. Maybe to some degree it can do that, but like at a very kind of low level, like with funds maybe at most. But like I think you're asking a very practical question ultimately, even though it's kind of being raised at like a spiritual level.
It's also a challenge, when people knock on my office door, especially before the fence. The fence has really isolated me in a way which isn't good, but the fence is another conversation. People would often come and they need money for gas, money for food, money for their electric bill, something like that. We helped a lot of people, but part of, and you can tell the pre-TLC stuff, I'd usually, if they're going to ask me for money, I'm going to ask them for something. Otherwise, I want to keep the relationship with some balance. So I usually ask them for their story, because you weren't hatched by an egg. You were born into a family or a situation or to a mother or something like this. And why are you knocking on a stranger's door in need of this? And what has happened to the community around you? And one of the things that I've seen often when people have deconstructed and left the church, sometimes they did so. I'm really sensitive to what Sam was saying about do-gooders. Sometimes people fled the do-gooders. And I'm sure in Christian Baxter's situation, when all of that happens in a small town, I'm sure there's some people who had the answer for Christian and, really wanted to get a chance to deliver that answer to Christian so that all of the pain in the system would go away. I mean, this is intensely difficult stuff, because, we are looking for home. We are looking for that community, and we're looking for it in a way that maximizes, and ideally we'd be living in a community where you wouldn't even have to ask. But then again, sometimes people are waiting in when you didn't ask, and it's like, I don't want that kind of help, thank you very much. Oh, it's so tremendously difficult. And it fractals. I mean, you work on it as a pastor, you're always working on this little community, and you work and you work and you work, and you never get it right. So no, I hear you, Sandy. I hear you. It's tough. All right, David. And we can't hear you. I mean, poor David's been sitting there for a half hour.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Oh.
Why does Canada have such bad internet? What's wrong with you people up there? Is it poverty? We still can't hear you.
We had it first.
Am I heard now?
Yeah.
Very echoey.
Oh, okay. What is going on?
We've been recording music.
I guess I'm a no then.
Oh, we hear you now. Go ahead. And
okay, awesome. I was reflecting on what Joseph was saying before, and I'm wondering about a theology that I feel I didn't learn until I went to Bible college, but is all over Scripture, where like James starts his letter by saying to the tribes in exile, and a lot of our war metaphor seems to be tied to the idea that we are settled in the land and not that we are in exile, trying to make things work within that context where we're stuck in the wilderness somewhere trying to make these things work. We're trying to build a community in that kind of a sense. And that the notion of being stuck as we're going kind of has come to me a couple of times. Because I really want to honor what Joseph was saying, and I feel like he disturbed the train of thought in exactly the right way, as he is off to do, which is great. Where how we conceive of that, but I think we do still need to conceive of it as being in some kind of a battle, but it feels like the outcome is going to come in a way that we aren't expecting. I think I lost what I wanted to get at somewhere in between Joseph and Sandy. And listening to myself all in echoes right now.
Was that DoorDash delivering your lunch?
Yeah.
Mark said he was going to.
Well, somebody mute Paul. I'll take a stab while Paul's doing that on Sandy.
Yeah.
With and I think we're getting some feedback maybe from David. I don't know, but these things. Well, something Joseph said is like, what systems do your church have? And there comes a point, like with this whole Dunbar conversation that's floated through here many times, where you have to abstract help into a system. And it's at that point where it's no longer, like it's great to be helped by a system. And we think, and our society in many ways is built on that. And there's a lot of good that but at that point, you lose a sense of self-respect because you aren't being cared for by a person. And there's certain things that a system will not do for your soul that a person can do for your soul. Like in a situation where, since, no job, I lose my job like right around November. Christmas is coming up with 3 kids. I make a minister's salary. We don't have a lot of money saved. Like, what's going to? 2 things happen. Like, there's things that happen at the family level, like meals and a sense of stability, and that a church can't meet. But then somebody in my church gave me a job to do construction. And somebody wrote us a check at Christmas for a large sum of money to buy Christmas presents for our kids. And it's like these things it's not only can the church solve these problems, and we talk about fractal levels of like the disillusion. Churches aren't just built on individuals. I don't think they should be just built on individuals. I think they should be built on families. And of course, there's this big critique of like the worship of the nuclear family in the evangelical church and all this kind of stuff. But what is society? What is the world? What is culture built on? Like individuals? Or is culture built on families? And, and I'm not saying that, like, I don't have an answer for that, but I guess the other part to take it all the way back to what is the war? Is the war on that? Is that the war, into the individualized, atomized individual of society that can plug, you can fit into a system and that system can take care of you. I work in healthcare and I experience that and it burns me out all the time as a nurse. But I don't know. I mean, Paul would have to be on here to do this, but I'll just tell this story to take it all the way back to the Jordan Hall conversation. When I bumped into Jordan at the ARC conference, we went into this big. We talked. He's like, "Hey, do you have a second?" And we met up, and I was like, "Hey, let's take a picture together." And he's like, "Oh, let's go over by this image. It's this crazy image. It's so interesting." and let's take a picture in front of it. And I have it where I could share it, but Paul's not here to administrate that, and you can't really see it very well. But the image is actually this picture. He said, let's take it. And this picture is by a guy named J.G. Fox, and it was being promoted by, I think it was the Unheard was promoting his art. And this picture is titled The Culture Wars. And I have it set in between the icons of Jordan Peterson and Jonathan Peugeot on my backdrop here. And in this artist's mind, he articulated it as a 17th century war. I mean, I'm just looking at J.G. Fox's, the battle map is a drawing inspiration from the 17th century battle maps of the Royal Archives. He was conceptualizing everything that we've lived through in the last decade as a war. Like, that's how it was conceptualized in this artist's mind, how it flowed out. And all the little characters in it. And Jordan was like, he was like, I want to take a picture of this. I think this is such and again, it's not like I want to harp on this. Like, I'm talking about both these things, like Yosef's talking about, and Sandy's talking about these small communities and in this small world that's being, I think is the he got it. The war is pointed at that. And it's broken, and I don't know the answers to that or how to rebuild it other than where I'm at and what I'm doing.
Can I respond to that though?
Yeah, go for it.
And so I think there's something interesting here because you, I, and Paul have presented kind of three different versions of potential ways to talk about what Sandy was asking. Because I think, and I don't know, maybe, when I say system, this system for me is very, very, I would say it's a hyper-local system because all it does is it tells me who's in need, but I'm still the one who has to cook the meal. It's not like, being put into a big abstract healthcare system.
Yeah.
And like, it is still going to be powered by persons. And you know what? Yeah, it's going to be a little bigger than the Dunbar number. Maybe it amplifies our ability to connect to people, but not to the scale where it becomes depersonalized. And I think there is a question of like different types of scale versus like hyper-local, local, kind of regional. And I do think there is a space in between there that we could talk about that. But with Paul, no, he's okay. Doesn't want us watching me eating, I guess. I would want to kind of explore this more because I think there's a difference where someone knocks on his door and asks for help versus someone posts to a community chat of 100 people, let's say, and asks that for help. And it means that at any given time, no one burns out because you can kind of spread the burden. Yes, it becomes a little bit more depersonalized because it's not as stable, to your point. And I take that point, right? You're not building a single relationship because, I'm going to have a different person cook me a meal each day. Like this happened when my wife gave birth last year, right? So we had a meal train for 2 weeks. That's kind of the standard at our synagogue after there's a birth. And like it's a different person. No, some people took more than one slot, whatever. But for the most part, it's distributed over. And no one's has to. It's all volunteer. Like there's no like strong expectation even. We don't have to like pressure people into being part. It's just like there's expectation that if you, let's say, you don't work as much as other people, you have more time in your hands or, whatever it is, then maybe you'll do stuff, but you don't have to. There's not like a strong pressure. And I think there's a balance here, but I would be curious to talk about like centralization versus distributing. And like there is, and to your point about like, do you lose some of that personal relationship because, it is distributed over multiple people, or does it give more people the opportunity to know what's going on? And like, maybe one of them will step up and write you that big check because most people can't afford it, but like that person has heard what's going on and they wouldn't have otherwise. And they're not necessarily going to post it like on the chat saying, and you're not going to necessarily ask for it on that chat, right? But they'll just know you're hurting. Even things like just coming over and like spending time with someone who's like been sick and hasn't been able to leave the house, right? But people don't necessarily post that. They'll just say like, hey, say prayers for me because I've been sick, whatever. And then someone will DM them within this and say like, hey, do you want someone to come over? And like, I think there is a place. And I don't want to depersonalize, but I do think there is a place for this that doesn't make it like an abstract system. But we could talk about centralization. I think that's important. He left. He left, and Paul is in here, and it didn't close. Who else is going to talk?
Looks like we got. Oh, what happened? Well, Alan's joined. Alan, you can talk.
Hey guys, hey Yosef, what's up, Sandy and Stetson? I don't think we've met, and Rod, we've met. Hey guys. Yeah, I mean, to that note, directly off of Yosef, I would say though that like we need to get past sort of like the like it's either all individual or all top down, like called like it's obviously reciprocal. It's obviously like to add on to Yosef's point, because I agree with him. Yes, it's individual in that like someone's got to actually do the mashing of the potatoes and someone has to put the water on the stove, and obviously, but also at the same time, the cultural expectations and the support that you get, and even just someone saying like, "Oh, I'll teach you how to make macaroni and cheese so that you can help someone." That makes it possible to actually open the door to start helping. So that like cultural knowledge that someone had the like willingness to like come down and help you and integrate you into this community. There's also the individual of like then you actually have to go and do it. So it's like it's always navigating between all of these elements, the higher and the lower, and the family and the community and the state and the government. And so, I just think that when people say, oh, it's all individualist, I think that's just we've leaned into individualism and broken down a lot of those like traditional structures by like, oh, I left my hometown and, yeah, there's no such thing as a shotgun wedding anymore, like you can knock a girl up and then just leave, like that just doesn't exist. So, um, so just to add on to what we exactly was being talked about, is just like we need to move past like it's 100% individualistic or it's 100% the tribe. There is no me. It is just the tribe. It's like, yeah, no, like that just doesn't exist anywhere at any time, even in tribal societies.
And this
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to gesture at when I said it's fractal, right? It starts with an individual, but that's what you need to make a family. And really, family, like an individual, isn't really the basis of society, right? Because even at least, the image of a triune God at least is not an individual. So the origin of love, the thing that holds any society together, right, is already kind of this being of infinite depth and everything essentially, but that any government that would seek to undermine the family seeks to undermine its own basis and won't survive. But I think from what I've seen in my life, people provide for my family. Comes from car repair, and I've my whole life known that there's a board that they of names where it's like, all right, how much have I given away in car repair? Because people, that's a big thing. If you're really down on your luck and then your car goes, that's like a death sentence for most people in our society, because you got to get to work, you got to get your kids, etc. And so sometimes just walking into, if the guy in your church who owns a car repair shop, I'm sometimes if you tell them what's up, you'd be surprised, but sometimes that requires the humility of being able to tell people your story, and sometimes we're not emotionally prepared for that. And so that's why you got to start, I think, in the transcendent, in the thinky talky space, to get to that level of humility where you can know, first of all, what you really need help with, and then two, to have the humility to go ask for it from the right people, and the wisdom to know who those right people are.
But how much does that humility obviate a war mentality? Because the whole thing earlier about whether it's ideological or more aligned in the sand, identity based, like if you're coming at this from humility, then you generally can't really wage war in the sense of like zero sumness, and like you can have healthy argument maybe, like where you can but you can't be so sure of your side that you can wage proper war, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, we win by losing in the Christian tradition, right? So, it's in our weakness is where his strength is, right? And so, and it is made manifest, right? And so if you're all strong and you got everything you need, you're unlikely to be manifesting the strength of Hashem, so, but there's tensions, there's real tensions, because like people want open borders. I saw a lot of talk in there when I was in the chat about the openness and the closedness of things, but I also know, and I'm not somebody like, I know that the open borders, like I live in California, all that stuff is a big deal here. And for me, when I know, because I worked in politics for a while, and I've worked in peacekeeping, not exactly law enforcement, but the stuff that comes over the borders, it's not just innocent people. It's all the drugs that kill the people. It's all the weapons that the enemy wants to use, that are the various enemies want to use to destroy. And then some of those aren't even meant as weapons. They're meant, it's the human self-interest. We're all, we can all serve as thugs of Ha-Satan if we allow our self-interest to take over. So it's like, well, I want to do the nice thing and let everyone in, but if I let everyone in, I'm going to increase how many people die of drug overdoses, how many people end up in, pornography or prostitution, or people are, you're supplying the means for evil people, but it's like, well, so does buying an iMac. That also supplies, participates in what is below, right? And so this is the tension of life, I think. But I think that, so it's like, yeah, there's shalom and there's war, and the war is in spiritual places, at least for the Christian.
Well, part of my preoccupation with the whole subject of family, marriage, divorce, etc., is, we talk about individuals or individualism. We are usually talking about the kind of freedom side of it, right? That, to express yourself and your identity and pursue your own interests and so forth. But the other side of that is the sheer vulnerability of being an individual. You are an individual when you are sitting across from someone you hope likes you enough to want to see you again romantically, male or female. You are an individual when you're applying for that job that everyone else wants too. Almost every aspect of your life, you are ultimately alone. And the reason why I've been making such a point of this, I don't think anybody's ready to go back to arranged marriages, for example. I'm sure there are some people who wouldn't mind some help, just kind of nudging people toward each other. The reality is that we are deeply wed to the idea that we are that we want to manifest this vision of ourselves navigating the world, in alignment with who we think we are and the interests, our values, and our goals and motivations and so forth. And the shadow side of that is that leaves a lot of people extremely vulnerable. They're basically constantly being evaluated by the other individuals and the system that they encounter and found wanting. And so that's, in a sense, there was a point in our conversation. I'm sort of the last remaining OG from the actual start of this whole thing. So I'm sticking around, just pure endurance. I'm just trying to represent here. But there was a point where we kind of went a little more of a redemptive path toward painting pictures of things that, painting a picture of a future that would be worth sacrificing for, right? And not necessarily, well, but here, now, right? Not necessarily betting all of it on the afterlife, but actually.
Oh, well, you'll never get anywhere trying to split your bet like that. That's what Jesus said. I know we don't agree.
You and I may disagree, and I know I'm outnumbered, so I won't take that bait.
Well, I mean, the kingdom of heaven is on earth, but you do it by, you're putting your telos in heaven. So what happens is you manifest the kingdom on this earth by investing in the transcendent entirely. Does that make sense? Sorry to interrupt.
I'm on your side, Rod, don't worry.
Yeah, if I go with you on this, Stetson, we will hijack the thread, and I don't want to do that, right? So I don't necessarily have the same frame you do, but I have no interest in disagreeing with you either, right?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that,
but it's imaginal still, right? What you're asking for is painting a picture, right? You're asking for the participation of the imaginal, what is above, right, to come down into the imaginations of people, to inspire them to live out material reality in a way that brings the New Jerusalem, the Shalom, right, to us now in this life, right? And so that's why it's always like, that is why these religions, right, have kept people together and have let societies all over the world renew themselves even after disintegration.
Rod, he's making the same. I think he's making the same point.
I'm not sure he was doing that.
Well, remember when I invoked Ron Copperman? Because it was the only thing I could think of as I'm listening to Sandy and her plight. Like, I'm feeling you, Sandy, and I'm all I want is good things for you, right? And I'm thinking, well, I know what Ron would do right now.
Well,
He'd pray over you, right?
I
And
was shaking my head at Stetson because how you framed this is sort of how you framed what he took to be, so we're betting on like heaven and we're working it out now kind of deal. Or, you're investing in Christ, something. I don't think you framed it that way. I think you were just talking about from beginning to end now.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of room for spiritual bypass when you do that. So that's the only reason I'm a little. But again, I'm not here to debunk. Right? That's not my goal.
I guess
my point is that we have found ourselves here, and there's been a lot of religion, right? But we are here, right? And so in a sense, we're seeing the failure of whatever the religio is that has been binding a society together. It's not having that effect anymore for very many people, right? And so,
and I do wonder if the issue is that gap, that what you're pointing at, I do. Like I'm hanging out. I'm listening to Joseph. I'm hanging out with the Noahide crowd, which says, "Hey, people have been doing this long before God established Israel, and definitely long before He established Christianity, and the principles were still in place. There was still laws by which you walk. They don't go around murdering people. Don't steal from your. Don't. There's the whole long list of how do you lead a good life? How do you follow that sense of framework by which laws will describe the way we do all this really well. So, I mean, I hear you. It doesn't have to go into the other, but Alan was trying to answer you too. So,
well, and just to make sure I made the point I was making, what I liked about that moment where we turned to talking about an adventure, we turned to the stories of knights, we turned to things that, and my intuition tells me that we're in some kind of kairotic moment, and that we're pivoting to something. And the degree to which I continue to participate here is my sense that this is the kind of body that might actually participate in this, right? Where we're starting to tell stories that make us once again optimistic about the future and willing to make the sacrifices necessary to invest in each other, to care about each other. As the way I feel like is when you have a healthy culture, when young men and young women are snapping together like magnets, instead of what it is now where the magnets are flipped and they're avoiding each other like the plague, and there's just deep hostility and resentment, and you have a culture that's in decay when that's happening, right? So that's why that's my preoccupation, is because in a sense, I think everything begins there. It's like the tectonic plates that are shifting under our feet are this misalignment of interest between men and women, and everybody's going into their respective corners, and they're ready for battle, and so that's my primary concern.
I think it's the self-interest, it's the human condition, and that's what the kingdom of heaven, even as only an aspiration, even if it were never made material or manifest, right? The kingdom of heaven is the psychotechnology by which people get over themselves, right? And modernity that we have is all about loving yourself to the point of harming others, right? We all have, like, the technology I'm doing this on right now was made by slaves. That's disgusting. But yet it's a normal everyday thing for everyone all the time. And so we can't even see the disgusting slavery that holds our world together. And we pretend it's normal because self-interest has been so normalized, self-love has been so normalized that it just, so what you're asking for, you're saying, and I'm trying to, let me put it in Vervaeke terms, like, we want to perform, like there is an imaginal reality that we want to perform so that we can bring about, right, some of the goods of that imaginal reality into our physical space. And so and you can only, and really it requires, to make community, to make love, you have to have a denial of self. It's not going to happen without that. And so you have to inspire people, like the painting you were referencing. You need to inspire people with a vision that helps them release their self-love enough to be able to share their love with the people around them at the very least. And a lot of people, this is what why the religio has a transcendent element in almost every case, right? Because you need to get outside of yourself. But if you're at the end of the day, it's like, well, I don't have enough treats and enough comforts. Well, yeah, you're never gonna be happy, and it's never gonna heal, I think.
Mark, were you gonna chime in here?
Yeah, let's see. Oh, okay. If you tune into the House of Woo or anything on my channel, oftentimes I do bring up a lot of this self-awareness of, or try to promote self-awareness regarding the conditions under which we operate as a civilization. But we're not better than Jesus and Paul, and they used Roman roads to travel and spread the gospel. So you just got to own the fact that we're living in the realm of wheats and tares. There is suffering, and even say you go buy a chocolate bar, your average Hershey's is probably it's a gamble whether or not that particular Hershey bar was produced with chocolate harvested by child slaves. On the other hand, if there was some magical way we could ban slave chocolate from the marketplace, thousands of those children simply die prematurely. Their condition of slavery is actually keeping them alive long enough for some of them to possibly rise beyond it. Now, you guys this has been a terrific conversation. I'm so happy I stuck with it and listened, because you really helped me understand something I've been wrestling with for the last few weeks. And it comes down to what you described about the challenge with regard just about immigration, choosing this or that. And it's really that ethics metaphor that philosophers talk about the railway. The train is on the tracks and is approaching a switch. And if you pull the switch, you're going to save 10 people. And if you don't pull the switch, you're guaranteed to kill 2. And your hand is on the switch, and you've got to choose. The train is on the tracks, and it's going to go one direction or the other, and the choice is yours, right? And that's very much the worldly problem we're in with regard to trying to do good in the world. And Rod dropped the bomb on me when I realized, wait a second, Jesus is the one means by which, and then I'm going to bring the woo in and religion and Christianity. Jesus is the one means by which we don't have to play that game. Or in a sense, you could say we can even understand that as we play that game, we're above and beyond it. Just as I said, the gospel is spread on the roads built by slaves in the Roman Empire. So I plan to play with that some more, but it's that turned on the light for me. I know I didn't quite land the plane or tie the bow nicely for everybody, but I really appreciate you guys. It was a very good conversation.
Well, since you're here, Mark, I was going to, because I really do need to get going, and I will. There are so many ways you can get me like in way over my head, each of it and every one of you. So I tend to avoid those. But you got me going to my Bible twice on that live stream you did, Mark, and one from the New Testament I already quoted, and one from the Old Testament. When either right near or when you signed off, you said, "Well, here's what I'm going to, meaning you, I'm going to lean into Micah 6:8, right? And he says, He has shown you, O mortal, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God." And I thought, a nice way to end at least where the conversation began, the whole subject of war and power and all of the things, right? Divorce and suicide and heavy, heavy, heavy subjects. But I thought, that is a beautiful verse. I've heard it. Like it was back there somewhere in the memory banks because it came back, right?
It was like that with me too. Yeah.
It's a beautiful verse.
But when it lands, doesn't it? It's like, yes, you can actually hang your hat on that, don't you think, Rod? At some level.
And it was a nice way for me to to sum up what I was trying to say and then bow out. It's nice hanging out with you guys for a while and try to keep don't go too hard into the immigration stuff. Don't don't get too political because Paul's not here to fix it.
I got about to. You guys have a good day. Thank you all.
Rod, you can never get, thank you. You can never get too political for me. I answered a phone in a congressman's office. I've heard it all. There's not a political barb that someone could fire at me that could flap me, truly. I've tried to work for both sides. So, I'm a centrist through and through. I'm a non-denom centrist. I'm just an amorphous creature out here. Okay. Alan, did you want to say something? I think you've been trying to get it in here.
No, just listening to the conversation is good.
Okay.
But I do think that I do think that there's like a deeper whatever. I think the war metaphor just derailed us, so I'll leave that point to the side.
Okay. Joseph is diligently typing something.
I'm working at the same time. Sorry.
Joseph is probably working. Oh.
So I mean I've been homeless before, Sandy. I do know what it's like to lose, at least for a small time. Now I mean that's probably stolen valor because it wasn't long enough, a summer or so. And I had means to at least soften all kinds of blows. I had a car, stuff like that, and I knew how to live in the wilderness, which I did. But I don't, I wish I could say that's like, oh well, there's a solution to this problem other than a bunch of people being selfless and obedient, and being connected with each other in a healthy way. But we live in a time of disintegration because many companies have put a value on disrupting, right? Even as much as like throwing electric scooters into a city that isn't striped or the roads that can't handle that kind of activity. So people die and get hit. And it's like, well, whoops, I guess people are going to die when we try to make money, and that's typical, right? That's the self-interest thing playing itself out. And so, I wish, if you, the lady here, her husband died a couple years ago. And so I go over and, it's like I offer to shovel her driveway when it snows, but she's, reticent, and so sometimes it's like, well, is it, it's because I look weird or, it's too close or I don't know her well enough to do that. And so some of that's on me, right? Because I'm kind of a recluse and I don't like getting to know people who live near me because I feel like it ruins some of my autonomy, right? I want to be able to have my privacy when I'm at my house, right? So I don't get to know my neighbors, which is very much of my generation and wasn't the case in past generations. And that's because these machines that allow us to have, instead of ever making new friends, I can just pretend I have all my old friends because they pop up on my screens, And so I think there is a little bit of a poison pill. I mean, everyone's noted all sorts of things about comparison, all the things that come, that can come with these screens and the way that we do social interaction over them. But I've noticed that one of the big problems is that it gives us just enough of a facsimile, a simulacra of the religio that we used to have with our people, that we never like get so lonely and so humbled to go ahead and do the thing and reach out to who's near and take those risks, right? Because I can have my low risk, little, ghosts, relationships, and I don't have to take those risks. And if I can get a little job that keeps my lights on, and some McDonald's or something else unhealthy on my plate, well, then I can just rot with the rest of it. And so like we're and I if I could just encourage you that your suffering is part of God's revelation to you of himself, and I know that sometimes that's too heady. It's like, what are you going to do with that? I've been there, and in those times I screamed at the sky and flipped it off. I'll tell you, that won't get you anywhere anyhow, but sometimes it's cathartic, and God already knew I wanted to do that anyhow. It's not like I was going to keep that a secret. So yeah, I mean, there's not an easy answer. You think you're sending your little girl to a Christian summer camp, and then she doesn't come back. She's drowned, right? Like in Texas. And it's like, well, where was it? It doesn't matter how much stuff those people have back at their house right now. I guarantee you those parents don't care how much provision they have for themselves in this moment, right? And so it's that disappointment and that loss is coming for us all. This is part of the revelation of what God is trying to display, and you could even take that on an atheist sense, like with lowercase g God. This is, you can either accept the terms of what we are and where we are, and live in the fear of God in that sense, right? Or you can thrash. Both are. I'm not thrashing is an option. You know what I mean? Thrashing is war. You can go ahead and fight. You can lay down in the dirt and accept it. For me, Christ is as someone who's, I nearly have committed suicide a couple times, because of OCD and things that have made it difficult. And you can lay down, you can set up the extension cord over the tree, and you can peace out. But that's not what you really want. And so it's about letting yourself have dignity in your struggle, instead of like rejecting the dignity that's there in it, because you're afraid maybe to accept that dignity would be to accept your circumstance in a way that traps you there, maybe. And I might be projecting or something, but I probably am, because that's half of what we do, at least. But and I don't know if this is encouraging at all. But and when he said that someone, we should have, gosh, I'm terrible with names. But he said when Ron or someone would be praying on the House of Woo, I was like, well, I was already praying for you, And I think a lot of the other people on these screens, when we hear that, are, most of us have we've got all kinds of people in here. A lot of us are going to have the practice of ongoing prayer, right? And I try not to talk to somebody if I'm not praying for them at the same time. Because usually what I have to say is going to be pretty silly and useless. But if I get lucky, the Spirit will speak through me and it'll help somebody. And so sometimes that's my only hope. Don't know if we're doing it right now. But now I feel like I'm just talking in circles.
That was beautiful. I haven't been homeless. Joseph's probably got a billion things. I can see him coming in with like bushels of wisdom just to disperse. And but I really appreciate you sharing that with me. That's yeah.
A rabbi was telling a story about when he went to speak at a cancer ward when he was a much younger and inexperienced rabbi. And I'll send you the clip of it later, Sandy, if you want. But he was like telling this story about how he was trying to figure out like what to say, and he could not figure out like what do you tell people who are I mean, this was a long time ago too. I mean, he's an older guy, so this is before he had a lot of the breakthroughs, and like this was really probably a death sentence. And he was like, so he started like on the spot trying. He couldn't figure out what to write. He kept throwing out his like notes, and he ends up like improvising on the spot. and he improvises with a story kind of about like, did you hear this? Have you seen this? You're nodding along like you have, perhaps, Sandy.
I don't know, but I'm wondering if it's a particular rabbi that I've listened to with some of those kind of stories.
So you might have seen this. Okay. But anyway, so he ends up telling the story. I'm not going to do it now, like, but and I have to go soon anyway. But ultimately, after he tells it, and it's kind of about like just like really short, like if someone, it's going to totally not do it justice, and it's so reductive, I don't even want to say it. But it was basically about a group of French cinematographers, kind of from the artistic scene, like talking about like who's the best director, and one of them, answers who they think the best director is, and they start questioning him, like why, like what makes that the best? Why is he the best director? And he says, he tells, and he says the short part is, not a single shot was superfluous. Like, every single thing in his movies is necessary. Every shot. And the rabbi was thinking about this, and he was like trying to talk through this. And I don't know that he was super successful in some sense, like when he was at the time when he gave this over, but he was thinking about like, if everything in life was perfect and flat and like, but it would not be a good story. It'd be a boring story, right? It would not work. You need these ups and downs. And this is kind of like this very trite thing in my opinion, because you kind of get this sometimes in like, okay, God is the most perfect author, so he needs like to, of course, if a director can have a perfect story, there's no superfluous shot, God can do it. But at the same time, it can come off as very kind of like too simple of an answer to theodicy, I think, right? Or it's just like, oh, that doesn't really tell me why God didn't make a better world and why I have to suffer, because you just kind of justified all that. At the same time, if we can like put that part aside, and the idea of like there is no superfluous shots in God's, like in our lives, and every single moment is necessary, and we can't, we're not going to see the end. We don't know it. We don't know why it's necessary. It may not even be necessary. Like, there's a million other stories that we're interacting with, and like our interaction with them is also just as necessary, right? It's not just about our story, thinking about not fully individual frame. It's mostly not about our story, almost probably not at all about our story in some sense. It's all about but there's no superfluous shots in any of these things. So he kind of gave that over, and then there was someone in the audience who interrupted him and said, like, that's it. Like, I haven't been able to explain this to my friends because they keep asking me, like, to imagine basically, like, what if I didn't get cancer? Do I, or do I, whatever? If I could do it again, like if I had a way to avoid getting cancer, like would I choose that? And I always say no. And because for this woman, and probably the rest of his audience, maybe they didn't agree with this. Maybe they found it too simple and trite. But for her, like, it wouldn't be her story unless it happened, and because that is what happened to her, and like and all of that suffering and all that stuff. And it wasn't like her life was perfect now. It wasn't like she had suddenly was at a point where her cancer brought her to some redemptive, like, amazing state of being where she, that wasn't the point at all. It was just like, and it wasn't even like, this is what God intends for me, so I'm just going to accept it. But it wasn't that either, right? It was like, I wouldn't be me if that hadn't happened, and like that is my dignity. It's like there are no superfluous shots in my life, and when I accept that, and I think that's that's kind of what Sensen was saying. I think, and just in different language, trying to translate it a little bit, but
no, dignity is the word that yeah,
right. No, I know, yeah, it's that dignity, but like to me, like that you don't. And this is part of my problem with the war framing to some degree, is because for me, I don't have a dualistic world, kind of there's a prince of this world and not, like God is in control of it all, including anything bad that happens. I have a very much more Jobian frame, or Isaiah frame, right? The good and the bad both come from the Lord. And for me, that frame is really important, both to avoid the kind of macro theological massive cosmic war kind of framing, which I do find so problematic, but at the very, very micro level, it's because like the reason it's important to me on a personal level is because there are no superfluous shots. The ups and the downs are both part of that story from God. And I know that's like a big disagreement, like at a fundamental cosmic level. I get that. And like we can talk about it as a theological intellectual discussion, but
well, we can use the egregore meaning of demons and demote war if you'd like, you know what I mean? Like I'm kind of open to that framing, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be like I'm literal, that there are agents, separate from what the demonic thinking, you know what I mean? We're at war with those types of thoughts that spring from our humanity and selfishness. And so that's, but that's a very metaphorical, transcendent view of the war, but not fully transcendent, right? That's sort of like a second heaven transcendence, right? The realm of mind. I wanted to answer the question, what is power, from Mark's Woo stream, and I put it in the chat, but I felt it went underappreciated. But power is singing in a prison. Power is singing while the steamroller drum, the North Korean steamroller drum, is rolling up your body. That's power. The emperor, when he dies, your atheist president, when he dies, is going to be, terrified and useless. You know what I mean? He's not, to experience real power, and so that's, I would say, even a certain amount of denial of self is key. I mean, you could even say that, like, the Buddhists lighting themselves on fire, they have there's a sense that speaks to people, because it's like, that might be, wait a minute, does that person have power? How did they do that?
I want to push this.
Go
This
ahead.
came up earlier in BOM today, right? With when someone was talking about the worst way that someone could die was the way that Jesus died on the cross. And I was like, I can think of worse ways. The worst way, would have, even if he is God, right? Even if you believe that, like, if he had died and no one heard about it, that would have been worse. If he had died in a gutter, strung out on drugs, or drunk, I used Edgar Allan Poe's in my mind. So, drunk in a gutter, with cirrhosis, and
Is there bombing Gilead?
Like, that would have been far worse. Like, and I can understand, like, there was a little argument about that, but like, so is it power if no one hears about it? Is it really? And that's right. So I think there's something here. So there's a difference, though, between power and dignity, right? I think it might be dignity, and even if it's no one hears about it, and you die in that North Korean prison, and like you're singing, and no one has ever heard of you, and no one will ever hear of you, right? Like, that may be dignity, but I don't know that I would call that power. I think there is a difference there. That power, there is something to be said about, and I mean, Zeke used the term that I don't know well enough because I'm not Gen Z, but he used it. He called it aura farming, and he said, like, does it? You can still be an anti-hero even if you've aura farmed. And I disagree with him. I don't quite know exactly what that term means. I can kind of guess, but I do think there, to his point, like, there is no power unless someone hears about it, and it might be dignity without power.
Well, Hashem hears, right? Hashem sees, and who else do I want to? And really, he's got all the power anyhow. That's so. It's like, in
but
some sense, I don't. And perhaps I get. Go ahead.
So power is an interesting word. I don't know if. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about power, and the picture that came to mind, which in essence is yes, I agree with you, Yosef, about power. The worst thing would be to, not be remembered, not be known about. So the picture that came to my mind, as in what is power, was something I was sharing with a person who went through a family loss this week. What immediately jumped into my mouth as I reacted to what she shared was my son with autism weeping when his grandmother died. His grandmother never really communicated with my son, who was deaf and had autism, but they had some kind of bond irregardless of that. They would both just spend alone time at opposite ends of her apartment, her watching TV or playing solitaire on her computer and him on the Nintendo. But when she died, I said to my friend, I had no idea that he actually, not that he knew how to weep, but that it was possible for him to weep, because I had never seen him cry that particular way before. That particular moment, that memory said more to me and held more power than most of the other things, expressions of anger or sadness or fear or whatever. I have those memories too, but that memory from 3 years ago just still lives, dead center in my chest. That's power. There's something about that in my mind, when you guys were talking, that is.
Yeah. I mean, so that is the power of inspiration. That is what Ron was looking for. Like, how do we motivate people to get up and keep at it for the sake of each other? And so, sometimes, I mean, if you, oh yeah, your mic went off and on. Were you still talking? No? Okay. All right. So
I will,
the
when
power
you're
to,
done, I'll share one more rabbi story.
okay. Well, I was mostly just replying because it's just us now. So, if you wanted to share something, you can continue. I'd like to hear it.
I thought this, and I kept putting the mic off because there was some of that tinny echo a little bit when Joseph was talking occasionally. And so I thought he was going to share this one story that struck me a while, maybe because of some of the things in my life. There's this, I think his name might be Rabbi Freeman. Anyway, there's one particular rabbi who's very good at sharing stories that I've listened to. And he was sharing a story about, he was, I think, somewhere in South America at the time. Anyways, he kept planning his trip, and then the people where he was, the towns where he was going, unplanned it, and had particular people they wanted him to meet with to talk about particular things, that the people, questions that they had or whatever. And I could be distorting this a little bit, but I don't think it will lose the point. So in one of these towns, he was brought to a woman whose son had died, and her struggle, she couldn't seem to get out of this depth of depression. I don't even know if she wanted to talk to him, but somebody wanted him to talk to her. And what I remember of the story is, him going there, having no idea what to say, because he's like, what do you say? She's lost her son, what do you say to her? Yeah, I'll have to post it somewhere if I find the link again, because in the end, after a little bit of conversation and her sharing her why she didn't really want to talk about it, I guess, what his answer to her, all those questions we throw at God when something happens like that, and it's like, he was only in his 20s, he was only this, he was only that, I only got to have him for so long. Like you were saying about the poor people that are just, I've been watching the floods. I mean, you can both not imagine and unfortunately feel it too deeply, both extremes. So going back to the rabbi, what he told apparently if I was at work, it's time to do a safety sweep the department, make sure there's nothing on the floor anyway. What he ended up saying to her was something along the lines of, like, if God, maybe God knew this young man was going to only have, it was a health thing, I think, or something anyway, that he would only have this limited time frame. And there's the decision of, who do you give a child like, darn it, hits close to home. Who, if this is the situation, who do you give that child to that you know is going to be that person they need to be with, they need to have in their life, something of that nature in the story. And he changed the framing of her, is what he did, by his answer from saying, I have been deprived of something I was supposed to have, to I have been gifted with something I was supposed to give. And I remember I went back and listened to that particular one twice, just because there is so much in that reframing, you know, that we don't necessarily come to. But if we could, you know, there is a richness there. Even in, like, I'm sitting here crying because I'm going, darn it all. Why do I cry when I talk about stuff that really matters to me? You know, but it's because these are things that dig deep, you know? And we can hear them in 1,000 different ways in the day-to-day. Even me saying, thank you. You know, like, no, I haven't actually, I mean, I've couch surfed for a year, but I don't count that as being homeless because I had generous people who gave me their couch, you know? And so to me, that's a gift of a story and kind of a gift to be able to say thank you, you know?
Yeah.
And when I look at my son and all the stuff, I count that as a gift from God, even in the losses. And when I look at the marriage I left and the relationship that I lost through death, those are gifts in a way, even if they just about killed me a couple of times, because because you just want to go, I cannot do this. I'm sorry, but I can't. And then God puts his hand down on your head and he goes, you can. You know you can. You know? And I realize he's not asking more than I have to give. He's just there walking with me through it. So those places, those stories, when I listen to the kinds of conversations that started out here in the estuary, I hear elements of that. Even in just the, hey, why don't we talk about this process? You know? Yeah. And so I have people in my day-to-day life. I have the in real life people, you know. Kind of goes like this. It goes like this.
Yeah.
Kind of goes like this. Yeah. But I give my time here too, and I value my time here and the gifts that I get from being here too. Both are good.
I know I'm grateful for your time right now. I appreciate it so much, and your heart is a blessing to witness. And I sometimes say that the love went home, because that's what you want. All the shiny things that we have here that are real, that are truly shiny, truly beautiful, right? We let the participation with true beauty, right, is what we want, and we would always want that for them, and we want it for ourselves. And so, but that's really beautiful and enlightening. I thank you for that. I think we're the last two. Do you have anything else to say? I feel like I don't want to go over what you just said.
Put a note that here's gonna. No, I think I just want to say thank you to you and to anybody that was in here and to the all comers, because I think we do give to each other this month. Yeah. So
yeah.
And to Paul for hanging in the background. So yeah, it's fine if you want to wrap it up, Paul.
Yeah, we're good, Paul.
Saw his
Thanks,
post
buddy.
there.
Love you, homie. All
I'm gonna
right.
tell you a little story about me and my friends, about something we did way back when. I was eating spaghetti and getting kind of sweaty when all of a sudden in walked Betty. Betty was my girl in these old days, and she had a lot of friends that were walking my way. Said first there was Helen, then there was Ellen, but the best of them all, she had the name of Llewellyn. She had the gleamiest eyes and the prettiest pose. But get this, Paul, she had some bony elbows. But back to the point. The point was this. Betty was jealous of my friend Sis. Sis at 7, Liz at 8. I thought that kind of worked, but it didn't work great. But take Fred's advice and never try that. It probably won't work and you might get slapped.
Slapped.
Yep.
That's my favorite of your raps, Fred.
Here it is. Soda. Gotta have it. One love, baby.
Freddie's drug. All right, here we go.
Ready.
All
One
right.
love.
All right.
Still I have it. There are moments I conveniently forget that I'm a 40-year-old man. The last vestiges of a ghost long dead. A ghost with a messiah complex. A messiah too lazy to rise or ascend. Happily hurt and hard. A hanger-on or haunting of a time past. A heroic dream of the harrowing of hell. Failure to launch. Cling to a life vest, treading in spells that linger and last. Mom and Dad, righteous and mad, daydreamers with ghosts of their own. My memory of them stoic, looking with aims to pretend. Always on the brink of somewhere. Each a child dancing on the fence. On down the river, dreamt in the sunshine. Saturday morning cartoons, the only Sabbath I knew. A disciple of Jim Henson and John Hughes. Worship in cathedrals where the Toys R Us. Baptized in ball pits, a clown served the sacrament we eat. More Pepsi and Pizza Hut. Say please. Say cheese. Between Kurt Cobain, a scrambled cable screen, towers tumbling, Super Bowls, and reality TV, the ghost is constitutionally unwilling and intrinsically unable to see and be seen, searching madly for attention to seek. But you could be anything. Never say never. If you've got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing. Ever. Don't talk to strangers. See what I say. Just do it. You don't listen very well, do you? You don't do very well, do you? You're not looking too good, are you? Keep up. Appearances aren't what they seem. Will you ever grow up? You look like you're stuck. I think you took too much. Echoes the ghost within the host, who prays the dead bury their dead and stay buried in a fading dream.
Midwestuary 2025, August 22nd through the 24th, in Elmhurst, Illinois. A weekend you won't want to miss, with special guests Cale Zelby, Paul Vanderklay, Rod Dreer, Elizabeth Oldfield, John Vervaeke, and Jonathan Pajot. Midwestuary 2025, the Fellowship of the Spirit. Stay tuned for more details. Visit us at midwestuary.com for ongoing updates.
Well, where are you here?
Oh, there I am. Hey.
Where are you? There.
Got me?
Oh, boy. Yeah. Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me.
Come on, man.
Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. All along this Jesus journey. Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. Yeah.
Walk with my mama.
Yeah, walk with my mama.
Walk with me.
Walk with me too.
You walk with my mama.
Yeah.
Walk with me.
And walk with me too.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Jesus
journey.
I want Jesus.
Want Jesus.
Walk with me.
Walk with me. Yeah, hold my hand, Lord. Hold my hand. Hold my hand, Lord. Hold my hand. All along this Jesus journey. Hold my hand, Lord. And hold my hand.
Walk with Moses.
You walk with Moses.
Walk with me.
Walk with me.
You walk with Moses. Walk with me.
Walk with me.
While I'm home.
Yeah. Jesus journey.
I want Jesus.
I want Jesus to walk with me.
Say, walk with me, Lord. How y'all doing?
Walk with me. Walk with me, Lord. Walk
with me.
Walk with me.
I'm on my
Yeah, Lord.
I want Jesus.
I want Jesus
to walk with me.
To walk with me. Walk with David, a little shepherd boy. Yeah, you made him a great king. I know David shouted for joy. He walked with David, and he's a little shepherd boy. You made him a great king. And David shouted for joy.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. So walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. All along this Jesus journey. Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. You gotta walk with me, Lord.
Yeah! That was rocking great, brother.
Oh, yeah.